All right, it is 5:06. We're going to call the workshop meeting to order. Kathy Cherry, City Secretary, please call the roll.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Mayor Ingram.
Here.
Alderman Dunch.
Present.
Alderman Sandor. Alderman Lassiter.
Here.
Alderman Vancouver.
Here.
Alderman Marufo.
Here.
Mayor Ingram and members of the board, we do have 5 that are present, 1 that is not present. A quorum is present.
All right, thank you. We are going to start this evening with public comments related to items on the agenda. The Board of Aldermen welcome comments from citizens on issues and items of concern on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have 1 opportunity to speak per agenda item during this time. Public comments on agenda items will only be received during this portion of the meeting. No discussion or final action will be taken by the Board of Aldermen during the public comment period of the meeting. We have 1 person who has asked to speak regarding item on the agenda. That is James Philpott. So if you want to come to the podium.
Hi, my name is James Philpott. I live at 1212 Fairway Circle, and I feel kind of special. I'm the only one here tonight talking, huh? But not special in the school way, but in a good way. So I wanted to talk about the proposed ordinance changes, and I just want to say a few things. And first of all, I want to thank all the aldermen, the new mayor, and Mr. Benson, the new city administrator, because they've all been very helpful trying to help us work through this maze of ordinances and just the challenges that we've just come across. So I wanted to thank everybody for that. And I also wanted to just let everybody know why this is a concern for us, because I know everyone knows somebody with a motorhome or a camper, and that's good and fine until it starts affecting you. And we may be looking to sell our home sometime in the next 12 months. And over the last 2 months, due to changes in the home next to us, our estimates, and this estimate is in conjunction with some realtors we've talked to, is that our home values dropped about $75,000, and this is not made up, and even if it's half that, it's more than it should be. So there do need to be some rules, and there need to be some ordinances, and they need to be followed. And I know we've had ordinances in the past, and lots of times they weren't always followed, and I know we're putting in some compliance officer. So basically, I just want to say we completely support it. Salado does need some rules, and I think the rules that are proposed are very legitimate, and they'll help keep Salado beautiful. And the reason why many people moved here, and the reason people want to live on the golf course, and just the reason people come here is to live in a beautiful, nice, quiet neighborhood. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, next up to speak on a workshop agenda item is Charles Simmons.
Good evening, Charles Simmons, 317 Salado Creek Place, Salado, Texas. I provided you all with an email on Monday of this week that outlines Baylor studies and Texas Commission on Environmental Quality evidence for total phosphorus discharge limits in creeks such as Salado Creek. We are very fortunate to have Dr. Ryan King's Baylor studies and a litigation record in the Liberty Hill case that lay out the tipping point for total phosphorus of 0.02 milligrams per liter. We are not back in the 1960s, fortunately, arguing whether smoking invites lung cancer, because these studies and final permits show us that a total phosphorus level of 0.02 milligrams per liter causes exponential algae growth. As you know, there are no total phosphorus discharge limits for the Salado wastewater treatment plant. And I believe Andrea Alexander with Jacobs previously indicated to this board that subject to further investigation on her part, the plant might achieve 0.5 milligrams per liter or so with limited cost. The difference between 0.02 milligrams per liter and 0.5 milligrams per liter total phosphorus discharge into the creek may not appear substantial. However, to provide a basis for comparison, consider that a 35-mile speed limit has been set here on Main Street. That is a point at which adverse effects can occur if one goes faster. Accidents, loss of aesthetics, those kinds of things. But further consider that a 0.5 milligram per liter village wastewater output of total phosphorus is 25 times the 0.02 milligrams per liter limit. By comparison, that would be like racing through Main Street at 875 miles an hour. 875 miles an hour down Main Street, clearly dangerous. The same danger is for exponential algae growth in Salado Creek. We need to keep Salado Creek at 35 miles per hour to avoid disastrous effects. I urge you to request that MRB or other wastewater consultants consider these third-party limits in their total phosphorus limits in their recommendations for operation and expansion of the village wastewater treatment plant. I further urge the village Board of Aldermen to recognize each of the at least 7 wastewater permits for Salado Creek that are likely in the near term. I urge you to make public comment to CEQ and pass a resolution supporting that comment as a board on the 0.02 milligram per liter limits, and to cite Dr. King's study and the Liberty Hill wastewater permit. And there may be other wastewater and test data that may become available with groups working on this. But if you don't cite these kinds of things and use some kind of factual scientific evidence when you comment to the TECQ, they wave off your complaint. You're like a bug that hits a windshield. I also urge each of you to join the Save Salado Creek Association, because preventing degradation of Salado Creek is going to be a multi-generational effort. And the best day to begin that is today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's the last individual asking to speak for the workshop, so we will now move on to other items on the agenda. Item 2 under the workshop is a discussion on the consent agenda, Board of Aldermen meeting. Under the consent agenda is minutes from the June 18th meeting, the June 24th meeting, and then the June 30th financial monthly report. So I will turn to see if there are any comments from any of the aldermen up here on the dais regarding any of those items that need to be discussed or commented under the workshop. I'll start with Jim. Alderman Laster, you have anything you want to mention under these items? Okay. Alderman Marufo?
I do not.
Alderman Dunch?
No additional comments. I'm good. Thank you.
And Alderman Van Keur?
I do not.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I could, I would ask in the meeting that item 3 under this, that the June 30th financial monthly report be pulled from tonight, and we will bring that back to July 16th.
Yeah.
And that's actually not for the June financials, that's actually the May financials. That's a Scrivener's error.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, if I was misreading the date there. because I didn't recall seeing a June 30.
Right, right.
report.
We're efficient, but we're not that efficient on the
Yeah.
monthly financials, so.
Yeah, so that's so noted that the financial reports will be brought back at the July meeting, or the July 16th, is it?
July 16th,
Yeah, July 16th.
Board of Aldermen meeting.
Okay. All righty, thank you. The meeting, I would just respond to on the meeting minutes, say, obviously, in the packet and read through them, there wasn't anything of any particular item or issue that needed further comment, I believe. So I think that's fine. We'll proceed to item B, which is a discussion regarding the task order from MRB regarding the wastewater analysis and capacity calculations, which was a discussion the last time we met, and some concerns regarding whether capacity calculations had been estimated over the next 25 years. So Village Administrator Benson, do you want to make any comments on that?
Just briefly, and then I'll turn it over to the folks from MRB. As you just stated, this was discussed at the last meeting. It was tabled to bring back to this meeting in as recently as yesterday. We've had a meeting, Alderman Van Cura and myself, with staff from MRB regarding aspects of this project. I won't go into the detail of that unless Alderman Van Cura would like to. But we are, from a staff standpoint, we are ready to progress forward or recommending approval of this, subject to any answering questions the Board of Aldermen may have.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Van Cura?
Yeah, I do have a couple of comments, maybe color commentary more than anything else. It was nice to speak with both Solomon Sue as well as Bill Davis, who heads up their wastewater treatment plant engineering analysis. I think the gist of the meeting was really for both sides to understand a little bit more about what our hot buttons are. We tried to, and I think successfully try to convey our need and dilemma. We find ourselves in an environment where we're on the cusp, if not ready there, for having a lot of growth requests into Salado, which include wastewater treatment. And we've asked them to, as part of their capacity analysis, front-end load their analysis to focus on that first with the ask, and they'll come back to us on this, if they could actually provide within the first month of the analysis a preliminary view of what our wastewater needs would look like over an extended period of time, taking into account our current developments as they build out, ones that we're considering, and even going off paper a little bit and seeing what other areas may be developed, to give us a view of, what does that graph look like that we're going to be on in terms of wastewater treatment capacity requirements. The rest of the discussion, I think, will be a pretty in-depth technical discussion about other constraints we may have, be it size of pipes, lift stations, things like that, which I think they're going to do a fine job doing with. But I know that Alan Sander last time wanted to make sure we did a very good start on this capacity need analysis so that we can make sure we're knowing how to engage with potential development partners sooner rather than later. That's the only thing I'd add to John's comments.
So we'll turn to the MRB representatives and let you speak to the issues, and then we'll take any other questions from the alderman.
Yeah, appreciate you, Mayor and Alderman, for having us here tonight. We also have Bill Davis, our National Director of Water and Wastewater, by Zoom. We did have a meeting with Alderman Van Cura and Mr. Benson to discuss just how we go about doing future projections, and so work through a lot of the details on that. Appreciate them getting on the phone with us and kind of working through that. I think at this point, we'd love to take questions. If you'll have additional questions, the thing that Alderman Van Cura asked us after that, kind of at the end of that meeting, was to provide a little more detail on the projections, and so we're working on getting those together. Those, generally speaking, it's not included in that report, but we're working on getting it in a format that we can get to you guys so you can actually see it, so you can dig through it and see where we're working towards projections. But
Just to add, the methodology you use for projections is what we talked about, right? They can provide a little bit more color commentary, how they go through and actually do the hard math. That's what we were asking about, and they said, yes, we'll take a look at that.
And then I think coming out of that meeting, there weren't any other further requests of what y'all needed, but we're happy to hear that tonight or answer questions or any remaining comments that y'all have.
Okay, I'll turn to Alderman Lasser first. Anything else you want to ask MRB team?
Mayor, this is not in my wheelhouse on the engineering side of this to speak of really, but I know we have Alderman Sandor and Jeff have a lot more experience than I do in the technicalities of this. I get my point, I know is that I've said it before, until we really understand as a board our needs and wants and our weaknesses with our plant and what our developers in the community wanting to come here need. This is the cornerstone to me for a whole planning vision for Salado, and I consider this a very important subject, and I think we have some really good people working on it. But I'm anxious to get into the details of this so we can start to understand how to and what we can commit to in terms of development and what we can't. So some of the things I think Alderman Van Keur brought up with some of the comparables with respect to putting together projections didn't seem to me to be a very good fit for Salado, but we have lots of development around us from Georgetown, Round Rock, over towards Cedar Park, to pick the small towns that have been affected by growth in the last 10, 15 years, and I was hoping we'd chart a better path on some of those projections based off of what's going on in Central Texas. It's one of the hottest markets in the country, certainly top 5, and we need to be very careful about what our vision is vis-a-vis what we as a village can afford and what we want this village to be. And I think MRB is highly qualified to do that, as good as anybody I would know in my past. But I do think it's very important that we get into this quickly and chart our path based upon this as a foundation for growth. That goes from saving Salado Creek and the association to wherever we decide to take this with the village's input down the road. So I really don't have any specific questions for y'all at this point, but I'm going to lean heavily on Alan and Jeff Van Keur, and to the extent Rick and Neil Alderman, those two aldermen have questions, I hope they can contribute to this as well. So that's where I am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alderman Marufo, you have any questions?
No questions at this time.
Okay. Alderman Dench?
Yeah, I want to make sure that, especially with the Slave Creek, and I think Charles Simmons kind of just in the public comment brought that in, making sure that when we're looking at capacity analysis, and I know we need an initial where our current permit is, where we can go and how much we can approve quickly. But the longer term study, my understanding is PUCQ has changed the permit requirements, and as soon as we expand, we have to issue for a new permit, which is going to be at a different standard. I want to make sure that standard is in the analysis, the bigger analysis. I'm assuming it is. But more importantly, getting our hands around what level do we need to be at to protect the creek. And you know, there's been a lot, as Mr. Simmons has pointed out, of knowledge that has been gained just south of us, and Alderman Lassiter just pointed out as well. Understanding what level, because we are telling other communities don't dump in the creek, but yet we're not at that standard ourselves yet. We've learned a lot. TCQ's learned a lot. It's a journey, but I want to lead the way, especially if we're saying our public swimming pool is that creek, and it is a crystal clear creek. We have to protect that. It is the jewel of this village. And longer term, we need to walk that walk if we're going to put that on other developers and builders. So is that what levels, I'm assuming that's going to be in the study, and the longer term study of what level of capacity and analysis we're going to need in the future expansion?
I apologize, I did not introduce. I am so sorry, Sue. This is Sue Hilton, our water wastewater, and I'm gonna let her take that question.
Yes, that, that is included as your permit currently has 2 levels of discharge, a 200,000 gallon per day and a 300,000 gallon per day. So those are in there currently in your existing permit, which is up for renewal in about a year. It is likely that you will end up with a phosphorus limit. It's becoming a hot button issue, definitely. And that's something that this study is going to have to look at, what additional treatment technology is needed at the plant in order to accommodate those lower phosphorus limits. Bill, do you have anything you want to add?
I didn't have I had a hard time hearing some of the commentary before you, Sue. But I would just say that to reiterate what you're saying, yes, we would be evaluating phosphorus treatment. And with the filtration that you already have, I anticipate that you may already be able to get down to 0.1, 0.2, let's say. The study will hone in on that. And then we'll take it further to identify if you need something different depending on how the limits shake out. Does that make sense, Sue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. I don't know if you've tested your effluent currently for phosphorus.
We want to get a baseline of where we are.
Baseline of where you are, correct.
Because we know this is coming.
Yep.
So yes, we
Good.
met with, they actually did a tour out there, and was like, that was one of the questions of making sure we upstream, downstream, and out what's coming out currently as to where we're at.
The technology you have there right now with the filtration is something that would be a standard technology for that 0.5 phosphorus limit. But like Bill said, it's usually lower than that as long as those filters are maintained.
Well, that,
but you may
it
need.
also depends on, I'm not an expert in this, but it also depends on how much we're stressing it with flow.
Correct.
Will impact, if you're turning it more quickly, you don't have it. So that's where this capacity analysis is very critical. Okay.
Yes.
All right. No other questions. Thank you.
Alderman Van Cura.
Maybe a little more color commentary as well. So I understand the next steps are quite a bit interactive with us, gathering information right and getting our inputs and understanding of not only current developments, but what future developments may be coming. So Jim, just keep that in mind, that we're going to need a lot of your time on that discussion of you know, what's coming down the pike that we haven't even discussed yet at an alderman level. No more further questions for Solomon, Sue, or Bill. Thank you.
Okay, and I would just add, Alderman Dunn mentioned it, we had the opportunity to tour the wastewater plant. I actually came away very impressed with the process out there. I think obviously the question around methodology around the capacity of the plant certainly is helpful to our decision making and understanding, you know, kind of where we're going with the future of the plant. But it's clear we need to move forward with this study. As I think it's already been mentioned on the dais, that as we expand for the needs of the village, the permit is going to change, putting limits, and I think that's going to be helpful to drive. Okay, what are those limits, and then do we want to go further beyond those? Alderman Dunch brought up the discussion we had with Jacobs around testing upstream as well as downstream, so that we can get a better idea as to what's happening. I'm also a little bit concerned with the stormwater runoff or runoff from places that we obviously don't control. In other words, it's not our wastewater plant that's feeding all of Salado Creek. There is obviously runoff and how that impacts the creek as well. So all of this needs to be understood from the work that you guys will do so that we can plan and bring the community along with our vision and where we want to go in order to protect the creek. So those are my only comments. No further questions. Okay, go ahead, Alderman Lasser.
I was just curious about timeline in terms of working on our vision and planning versus the length of time that this study would take. And I'm glad y'all brought up the issues of our contributions through our plant in Salado vis-a-vis what's upstream of us, which we don't control, and what's downstream from us as well. So I'm glad the community can be assured we're going to have those data points. We're going to know exactly what's coming out of our plant and what's upstream and downstream, and that's going to be part of our routine maintenance costs going forward, and monitoring our quality, water quality in the spring itself, and the creek. So back to my question was, what kind of time frame are we looking at as we get into this generally?
You had the original schedule.
All right, so once the contract is executed, what we're looking at is approximately 3 weeks, and we're trying to tighten that up for an initial back and forth on what y'all have coming, understand everything, and get y'all some, and what we're adding, and Alderman Bencura asked us to add, is getting you a preliminary, not the report itself, but just kind of preliminary findings from that on, you know, what capacity you have, and then what you can handle in the near term. And then, so after that 3 weeks, then we're actually working on the full report, where we'd be projecting out in the future, and that's approximately 3 months from start to accomplish that. And then once we get y'all the draft report, depending on comments, timing on that, could be anywhere from a month to 3 months to finalize it, depending on how many back and forth y'all desire, or you know, you authorize us to finalize the report. So just timing on that end, but on that end, it's kind of contingent on Salado for how long that takes.
Okay, so my simple math, as I was trying to add that up, would be sometime in final report would be early to maybe in the first quarter of 27. Would that be about right?
Yeah.
Okay, but before we get to that, we'll have a pretty good idea where we're going for planning purposes.
For short term.
Yeah, short term, yes.
Right,
yes.
It is going to take us a little longer for the long term.
Yes.
There's a lot of calculations to be done to do the long term.
Yes. We have more people, developers interested, obviously, than we can accommodate, and so that's just trying to get some timing ideas of what we were dealing with. So I answered my question. Thank you very much. You're welcome. No further questions from me, Mayor.
Okay, I did have, I'm going to piggyback onto your question. One that came to mind is on the timeline. So it's on the board agenda tonight for approval. If approved, how quickly will you guys get started on the work once it's approved?
Can I say immediately?
I would say yes.
Okay.
Soon after the 4th of July.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not going to start tomorrow.
Not going to start tomorrow? Okay.
Y'all probably won't meet with us anyways.
That's right. That's right. So not more than a week is what I'm kind of hearing. Is that
right.
fair?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I don't think we have any other questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are not doing the agenda item number C, discussion and presentation by Chief France of Bell County Emergency Services. That will come back at a later date. So we will proceed on to item number D, which also goes with item E. I think that's correct.
It does, but they're two separate actions.
Right.
That's correct.
So discussion D is on the petition to accept property into the Village of Salado's extraterritorial jurisdiction, or ETJ. And this property is called, or is in conjunction with the Southern Oaks development that we are looking at as well, and we'll talk about that under item E. But for now, we'll discuss the petition to bring that into Salado's ETJ. So, Mr. Benson, do you want to start the conversation on that?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. So Southern Oaks the proposed development sits on 107.72 acres in total. 38.045 acres of that 107, however, is not currently in the village's extraterritorial jurisdictional area. The developer, which is the owner of Southern Oaks property, Bear Rosamond, has submitted a petition requesting that this 38.045 acre tract be brought into the city's ETJ, along with, and you'll find in your packet that petition, or excuse me, not in your packet, in the front of your seat tonight, the signed petition. He also submitted a letter because this project, as you just stated, Mayor, ties to the next agenda item, which is the approval of the concept plan. He has submitted a letter stating that if the ETJ is approved, petition for ETJ is approved, but the concept plan is not, he has submitted a letter requesting that it be withdrawn, that we'll basically reverse the action, so it takes it back out of the city's ETJ. I know that's late to be determined. Right. He has submitted the letter that is in front of your seats tonight. As part of that letter, he's requesting written acknowledgement from the board or the village to his request. Our city attorney, Knight Law Firm, has provided that letter for you all to review and approve as part of this action later in the meeting. Barbara from the Knight Law Firm is here tonight, and I believe has the letter with her. So when it comes up at the meeting, there'll be, in effect, two actions. Right. One, formally accepting, if that's what you choose, formally accepting the property into the city, villages rather, ETJ, and then approving the letter or signing the letter.
Okay. And the concept plan, again, is just a plan. It's not a final.
Correct. This is a step in the process. And I guess let me back up a step. Why what necessitates this to be brought into the ETJ? If it's not brought into the ETJ, the village does not have authority to approve that portion of the concept plan that's not in the village's ETJ. So we have to bring it into our ETJ in order to give authorization for the village's approval of the concept plan.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, so that's what's laid before us. So I'll turn to Alderman Lassiter. Any comments or questions regarding item?
Yes. John, it was 8 or 9 acres is what we're really talking about that would need to come into the ETJ of Salado. The other portion already is.
The other portion is, yeah, we're just talking 38.045 acre tract.
38?
38.
I'm sorry.
So.
Okay, I didn't hear that right. Okay, and would you explain the difference between a concept plan and a development plan. I don't think some people understand, and we just wanted as a point of clarification, what we're doing when we're doing a concept plan review and possible approval.
Sure, that's a good question. The concept plan shows the overall layout of the development, street widths, lot sizes or approximate lot sizes, types of land uses, any parkland areas, literally the layout of the development. It is the concept. Once that is approved, that allows the developer to know the city's approved the concept, so then they can move forward. Their next step will be to start engineering and design work for the public improvements, namely the streets, the sewer lines, the water lines, those things that ultimately will then be submitted engineering plans back to the city with a construction plat that will be more detailed, and that's the next step. And that will come back to the village for approval. Excuse me, I keep saying city, and I apologize. I got to break that habit. To the village. Once the village approves those plans at that later date, then the next step after that will then be approval of a final plat. And the final plat is what gets recorded with the county clerk's office.
So when we make a decision on the concept plan, if we were to approve it, the concept plan isn't necessarily the final actual plan, right?
That is correct. And then another aspect to that in regards to this specific development, some developments have this, some developments don't have development agreements. We will have a development agreement with this particular development, and that development agreement will be coming back to the Board of Aldermen for your review and ultimate approval at a later date as well.
And in that process of working through a development agreement request and negotiations, that has to come back and be formally approved, and that becomes the concrete document from which to move forward.
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted clarification because some people get confused on that, or they don't understand it, and I just thought that might be helpful. On this, I did meet individually with Mr. Rosamond on this and spent about an hour and a half on it early this week. And I remember seeing this when I was on the Planning Commission. I believe, if I recall correctly, it was a 3 or 4 to 0 vote on that and approval of it. That was a little bit over a year ago. There weren't, to my knowledge, when asking any questions, it really significantly different whatsoever to that original concept plan that the Planning Commission approved in May of 25, I think it was. But I personally believe, when I look at this is a well-planned, laid-out development. It has 80-foot lot minimums in it, some are bigger than that. That affords a pretty significant side yard setback and a better visual. He's going to have a private park. He has green space in there. He has, most importantly, and maybe not most importantly, but he has a significant amount of commercial acreage fronting it, and it's viable commercial acreage in front, which I think we'll see developed within the next 10 years, all 10 parcels of it or less, would be my bet. It's in a great location. Frankly, I'd rather see houses like that up near our school spread out like that than I would a more high volume, high velocity subdivision where lots are considerably smaller and houses not of the same quality. I asked him what pricing he was talking about in general on 80-foot lots, and he said it would be pretty much impossible to build anything under the low 400s or hit the low 400s. So he's talking about, and these are my words, not his, that high 400s and up from that standpoint. I think that's an asset to the overall community long-term for Salado, and I personally like this development plan.
Okay, Alderman Marufo, any comments?
No, no comment.
Okay. Alderman Dunch?
No, I had an opportunity to meet and kind of go through the more details of this as well. I think it's kind of well thought out. I think it's I think Barrett definitely understands our community. He's from here, understands the needs, trying to be as responsible as possible. I'm really happy with the 80-foot lots that I'm seeing in there. One of the key things in my discussion was this is something for us as a board to be thinking about as we look at future development is he's building these so that the garages can fit a golf cart. So we are a golf cart community. However, when I look at the congestion and as we grow, will we be able to stay a golf cart community? And I would like for us to always maintain a golf cart friendly community, but we have to plan for that. So my question to him on certain of these roads, what are the requirements within the development? Because there's a connection to the school. You can drop your kid off in your golf cart. Kind of a cool factor. But how do you also make sure that they safely can get across? I don't see Williams Road being an option to go under the I-35 corridor long term. Questionable math. However, as we do West Village Road, how do you connect Williams into West Village Road? That 5.5 million, I think we need to be considering a golf cart path that way that crosses over at Thomas Arnold. That way, that side of I-35 can connect golf cart community-wise into Main Street. So in a safe manner, but we have to plan for that now. That was just one, I'm just putting that out there because this is concept phase. But as we get into the development planning phase, I definitely feel like we need to be cognizant of that, especially as we're looking at developing West Village Road. I'm not sure that that is being taken into consideration of how do we safely get golf carts up and down that corridor. So just want to plant that seed, lay it in there. Something to think about, but he is absolutely designing homes with golf carts in mind in the garages. So they're going to want to be out on our road. That's all, the only comments. That I think this is a great concept. I think it's a great add-on. It's right next right to our brand new high school, so it makes perfect sense to me. My biggest issue, and this is probably a question for you, John. As we do this, I know we got the capacity analysis, just for my clarification. Concept phase, we get to development phase, we find out we don't have the capacity for the sewer. How does that handle at that point?
That'll be handled through the development agreement, discussions through the development agreement of how
All we're
that's.
looking at here is the concept, right?
That's correct.
Okay, then I have no other questions.
Alderman Van Cura.
I think I know the answer to this one, Mr. Benson. Just want to ask the question anyway. So we're talking about tonight of approving annexation of 38 acres into the ETJ. Is the expectation that these 38 acres, as part of the total 107 acres, would be annexed into the village once we do a development agreement?
That discussion will become part of the development agreement, but that's my understanding that and I don't want to put words in
That's the intent.
Mr. Rosamond's mouth, but I believe that's the intent to, not just the 38 acres, but the entire 107 acres.
Right.
The entire development to be annexed into the city, which is typically what the sewer, providing sewer services and other city services, that's standard.
Very good. That was my only question. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Yeah, we can take heart in the fact that concept means idea, not the final thought process or final plan. So I think it's been, in my opinion, in looking at this, it's been great to see the concept. I came away feeling very good about the quality of his vision for this community development, and for most of you, I think probably now in hearing the discussion, obviously this is just off of Williams Road. That area, I think Alderman Laster you spoke to, is really going to be one that's going to develop out, because you've got you already got Village Heights, you've got D.R. Horton, who is located along West Village, and so this is going to be I think, an attractive place for people to locate and to purchase property. And then along with that, we have some planned commercial development, which will also be good for the village as well. So these are the types of developments that I think we'd like to come to Salado, just because of the approach and the quality of the work that this developer is taking to meeting the needs of the community, as well as ensuring that as we get into the development agreement, that we make sure that any concerns we have or issues that we need taken care of, that we get them built into the agreement with the developer. Any other questions or comments from anyone? Okay.
If I could add on to your last sentence, I would just say, yes, in the development agreement that would come forward, in the event we do not reach a development agreement, then the concept plan is null and void, and he has his other options, whether that's to stay in the county and do half acre or the rest. But we aren't tied at this point to any terms or conditions in a development agreement. Correct, John?
Yeah.
Can you restate your question? I'm not sure if I understood it. So not the whole thing, just the last part.
No development agreement. To the
That's correct.
contract.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. I could have answered that question.
I apologize, Mayor. I'll ask you. If we don't make a development agreement, then there's no concept.
We're null and void. We're out of here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So with that, unless there's any other comments from anyone, I'll look one more time because this is an important project for us. We will move to the next item, which is item E, which has to do with his request from his letter regarding the Southern Oaks concept plan. So we've kind of had the discussion to a point, but obviously the one caveat is that if the concept doesn't go forward, then he would not go forward with bringing the property into the ETJ. I think we probably have discussed that well enough, but I'll turn to see if there's any other comments on that. Okay. Rick?
No comment.
Last, Mr. Dunch?
I am good, thank you.
Okay. Alderman Vancouver? Okay. And I'm good as well. All right, so we'll move on to the next item then, and that is the discussion. This is item F. Discussion regarding the Salado Sanctuary South Residential Construction Plat, a 30.077 acre tract of land situated in the H.W. Survey Abstract number 398 and the W. Roberts Survey Abstract number 708, Bell County, Texas, and being a portion of a called 57.04 acre tract of land as described in a special warranty deed with vendor's lien to Sanctuary Development Company, LLC, a Texas limited liability company, recorded in document number 2024-032-724 of the official public records of Bell County. So with that, who wants to go back to you, Village Administrator?
All right, thank you. This development consists of roughly 30 acres tract of land located at the corner of FM 2268 and just east of I-35 interchange. The proposed development include, or better, to the east of Bloomer's Trailers. The proposed development includes 114 residential lots with a homeowners association community that is proposed as part of the sanctuary development in that area. The village's consulting engineer, MRB Group, has completed its review of the construction plat and has determined that the submission meets the Village of Salado subdivision requirements and applicable development standards. This project was presented to the Planning Commission on June 23rd with a 5-0 recommendation to the board for approval. Based on the engineer's review and finding of compliance with village regulations, staff recommends approval of the Salado South residential construction plat. There are some folks here representing Sanctuary Madison Inselman. I apologize, Madison, I probably just butchered your last name. And the engineer from Pape Dawson to present the submittal and answer any questions you may have of them.
Come up to the podium, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Aldermen. My name is Madison Inselman, Project Manager with Sanctuary Development Company. Today we have the residential construction plat in front of you. Been a long time coming on this one, not just in the 7 months we've been working through the zoning concept plan, construction plat process, but just in the whole arc of this project going back 10 years. There's always been residential envisioned in this area. It's gone through different iterations and some at higher density, whether that was attached or more apartments and such. But in reviewing what works in this community and what works in this market, we settled on a more standard lot size, which in this case it's 52. And it sounds like an odd number, but that's because in Sanctuary we have 6-foot side yards to create more separation between the homes. So in the industry, you would say a 50-foot lot. It builds out like a 50-foot lot. It will have a 40-foot wide plan, but engineering-wise, it's 52 in order to comply with setbacks there. As was stated in there, this will be governed by an HOA that will set building standards as well as landscaping and just community use standards, and in order to maintain a high level of execution and quality of life for these residents here. So with the review and the back and forth with the village and consulting engineers and stuff, I think we have a good plan before you today, and look forward to discussion and hopefully approval at the end of the meeting. Oh, and then just to confirm, I've got Dustin with Pape Dawson Engineers here, who leads their residential unit and was supervising engineer for these plans. So he's got the technical questions as well.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Lassiter, you have any comments? Sure, sure can. Okay. All right, Alderman Van Cure, we'll go to you first.
Well, I feel a little, put out because we start over there and get all the way over here. And I'm hoping we can just mix it up every once in a while. Start here and go that way.
I'm gonna
every once in a while.
Yes, that's right. I'm gonna try a new format.
Okay. Sorry, what was your name again?
Madison Inselman.
Madison. So I guess we're talking about the little bit here on the bottom right.
Yes, sir.
Could you give a little color on just more from edification than anything else? I'm curious, square foot of the houses you're expecting, they give me 1-story, 2-story, what do you envision to be built here?
A mix of 1-story and 2-story homes in the, let's say, 1,300 to 2,600 square foot range. Okay.
I'm always curious about what happens to the folks around. Will this have a fence around the perimeter type of thing, brick fence or other fence, such that the community sort of isolated, I'm going to say isolated, at least defined from a perimeter perspective?
Well, definitely.
Versus their neighbors?
That's right, because of, so starting from our site out, I'm thinking about this project borders will be an extension of South Main Street and commercial. And so what you'll see along that frontage road interior to our project, on your exhibit, it's probably listed as South Main Street. It'll be what we'll call a developer fence, which will be a stained capped fence with the intermittent stone columns. And I believe we're going to do a 6-inch picket with a shadow box orientation to give an above average presentation on that side of it. And then what you'll see interior to the community with the agreement we're working out with our potential builder partner is along the right-of-ways, they're doing what we'll call an enhanced builder fence. So that'll be the typical 4-inch cedar pickets, but capped and stained with metal posts as well, so that if you're driving on public roads, you're seeing that kind of fencing. And then interior to the fencing or backing up to others, it'll be more standard cedar fencing that you're used to seeing in Central Texas.
Just one last question. It's a lot to keep up with the sanctuary, right? You have the map here, right, which is the current development. Now we're talking about developing the part here on the south. And of course, we've talked before about the commercial that's going to be here in the movie theater and all that stuff. Have you guys done a recent compare between, let's say, all the replatted, concept plans here versus the original expectation that was in the development agreement in terms of how many of each type of unit, how many square feet, those type of things? I'm going to read just for a moment here. The original agreement we signed, I'm just curious if we're still in line with that agreement that was signed with the village. 515,000 square feet of commercial, 40,000 of entertainment, 355 rooms with keys, 575 units multifamily, 130 units for multifamily, single family 364, parking spaces 500. And I think this was meant to cover all the different maps I have here in front of me.
That's right.
And I was curious if you can give us, maybe not today, but as a follow-up, where you're at versus sort of that original expectation as we look at these new plats to see, are we in line with that? Are we less than that? Are we growing to be at the very edge of it? Don't have to provide an answer. I'd just like to see what the data shows us.
Yeah, you're right that it's a big question with a couple of different evaluations we have to do on that. But yeah, so we set that in order to provide us opportunities to grow towards and to build towards there. Currently, we're still striving towards that. Whether the actual numbers match out, I'd have to go do some analysis.
Yeah, especially in the categories. I mean, it's just hard for us, at least me behind the desk, to sort of keep track with all the different discussions we have of how far are we on each type of unit that you described in the master plan that we've assumed basically not only for the growth of the community, but also for wastewater treatment plants, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, so, with quarterly budgets and stuff, that's something that I can focus on. These meetings are good to understand where y'all's mindsets are and the things that you're prioritizing. So hearing you ask that, that's easy to do what we've done, what we were planning to do, what we're still planning to do. So I can be smarter on that in future meetings.
And one more observation more than a comment. I mean, I've got the one here that's got the wastewater treatment plant basically, and I was looking at the map and I was quizzically questioning how close houses are going to be to that. Now, we went out there this last week and,
Saw the pictures,
Yeah. I won't say it's got a unique odor as you get closer to it. It's not bad, but it's definitely, you notice a difference. And I was curious if your plans are still to get as close with your housing to the WWTP, knowing that the conversation we just had was we're expanding that to be bigger and double its size, if not further. So I'd be curious maybe in a further session for you to come back with that discussion as well of, are you going to rethink that a little bit? Maybe there's more of a white space there, a green space there, right, to back away from the WWTP because it's going to get bigger.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Alderman Dent, do you have any questions? Yeah, I do. To be honest with you, I'm a little confused on exactly where this is happening because I'm looking at these files on this here.
Okay.
Where is the plat that you're looking to expand? So this is that the old version the new version I'm drawing here, right? The corner of I know, but what against what road, like?
So
is it bouncing up against 2268?
No, it's on the south side. If you can visualize where that Salado water ground storage tank is, the big white ground tank, that's to the southeast of Bloomers. That's right. The church would be.
Okay. So 35 is along here. These drawings are. Is 35 going along here? Yeah.
Well, hopefully they have a different. You're right. So on an original plan, this is 35.
And this is south.
This is not front. Yes.
This is south. What is it? Talking about this here, right? Because here's 35.
Yeah.
So this is what you're talking about right there. But that does look like it's up to 2268. Oh. Well, I guess we could off in the corner up here.
You don't happen to have the commercial one, do you, Dustin?
So it basically corners 2268 and I-35. Is that,
That's
So
where
when
the
you're
commercial
driving-
is.
when you're driving
So
down-
you're exiting,
yeah,
right? And as you approach Bloomers.
Yeah.
Before you get to Bloomers, you take a right, you go, and you're at the Salado Water Ground Storage Tank right there. That's the beginning of the residential part, and then it extends up north to the Catholic Church.
okay.
So it'd be, yeah, so otherwise it could be 42268.
Okay. So I'm kind of with, I think it's important. I know the way the contract's written, you know, you guys can determine as long as at the end of the day, so much is commercial, so much is residential, that's the way it was written. To be honest with you, I don't like it. I would have liked to have had commercial along the I-35 corridor as much as possible. So I don't know, I would like to have a better understanding long-term, like with Alderman Van Curve, where making sure we're keeping track of that. So no, I'm not thrilled about it, but I know we don't really have much as part of.
Well, so there are commercial lots that was on last month's approval that do abut I-35 for this project. So when you come into that drive south of Bloomers, you will drive through commercial lots to get to a residential subdivision that is tucked off of the interstate behind the commercial there. So because you're right about that. That is,
like, I don't know who would really want to buy a house there, to be honest with you. So I would never dream that if you're right along the I-35 Theodore and you're going up against 2268, which eventually is probably going to be a 4-lane highway all the way to Holland.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be where I'd want to build a house. But so I wouldn't. My thought was that this would never be what you're proposing necessarily. Okay. So this is the plan, which it goes back to the importance that we have a general understanding at the end of the day, do we have the commercial that we thought we were going to get?
Okay, and conceptually, you do, because as we have on this description here, 30 acres out of a 57-acre tract. I think we had this discussion back in our February meeting or so, where there's still 27 acres of commercial in that area, and that the residential houses start, let's call it 300-400 feet from I-35. They start one Catholic church distance away from 2268. I hear your point, and it's valid about distance from it, especially in this community. But just to confirm on general city or village planning purposes, that you have commercial on the major thoroughfares and then residential in the more.
So an entryway out of it is going to be past the church, I guess, or is it the entryway going?
You can kind of see it stubbed across the street from it's at 2268. It'll be to the right or to the east of the Legacy Rodeo entrance would be the stub out for this for that commercial portion. So there's a connector on the I-35 frontage road, and then on 2268 that matches up with the entry to the north section, that road that takes you past the heritage oak trees to the apartment complex.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
Alderman Maruso, any questions?
No questions.
Alderman Lassiter?
I have, how are we on time? We're okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so, thank you. What is your friend's name with Peg Dawson?
Dustin Goss.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Enselman, when you started this, what lot size were you at before you adjusted these 52s?
Well, back in the day, those were envisioned to be attached units, and then there was a plan brought at the end of last year that had 40-foot lots, and they're 52s now.
Okay, so you'll have a 40-foot building pad on it. And how deep are these lots?
At least 125 feet.
Okay, so that'll accompany a single story.
Yes.
And did you say your large product would be 2,600?
Yes, depending on
approximately.
options. Yes.
And I have this right that y'all are actually developing this, the infrastructure, and then in selling it to a home builder turnkey?
Yes.
That's the plan. Okay. Tell me a little bit about what the pricing is expected to be from bottom to top in this development, residential development.
For this area here, we're targeting, let's say, 375 to 475.
In this whole South Tract area, 375 to
And the
475?
community presented before you, yes.
Sir?
Yes, and for the section lots we're talking about tonight.
Yeah, and the South Tract, this one specific to this.
Yes.
375K to 475K, and that's up to 2,600 feet.
Yes.
Okay. I assume that y'all are gonna maintain as the declarant control of the Architectural Control Committee?
Right, in fact, that's been part of the process before we even get there or break ground, is to understand now what's gonna be built so that it aligns with our expectations and standards.
And this is gonna be part of your contract with the home builder?
That's right.
Okay. Because I think where I'm going with this is I'm trying to understand, you can have smaller lots, and but yet you can do nicer things with it rather than not. I noted you said that you were going to do masonry pillars, columns with a shadow box fence as a perimeter.
Right.
And what kind of entry are y'all going to have on this?
Right, so it's been a fun discussion internally. We've got a concept plan that set a high design, but what we're going to do is we're going to copy. If you've seen our existing Royal Street entrance,
yes,
we're going to do a version of that there with associated landscaping there. So it's a 10 feet masonry element that's got branded design and lettering on it, and the associated landscaping with it. Trees at the entry and irrigated sod along we have that same run that's, we're building the developer fencing. It's got a whole bunch of opportunities for sod and irrigation or landscaping there. And then carrying that into the community, because right now we're taking a tract of land that has nothing but maybe weesatch on it, and gonna make it at least 114 trees there, because everybody has to have a tree. They have to have a certain number of 9-gallon plants, 7-gallon plants, 1-gallon plants for annual color, plus sod and irrigation. And so the entrance to the community sets the tone, and then it's carried throughout with the HOA obligations put on the builder.
So this builder is not going to be in control of the HOA covenants, or is it really going to be the developer?
A developer for a development period of time. Eventually, like in all of them, a builder or the residents will take over. But for the actual build, I mean, there was, because we had a vision and we were held accountable to a vision by the Board of Aldermen. And so there was no sense pretending or getting down the road with somebody that was going to put us in a situation where they build something that has me standing up here having to answer for that. So we're in feasibility now, having these discussions now in order for us to move forward with a joint understanding.
So in the beginning, when they start development, the builder's going to own all those lots, but you're still going to maintain a declarant control over them.
That's right.
Even though they have that.
That's
so
right.
They will not be able to go out and change the covenants there to suit whatever they want to do. It has to be consistent with what you want them to do.
That's right.
Are y'all, are you at the point on those covenants of determining masonry requirements on the exterior?
That's right. The fronts will have masonry wrapped, terminating wrapped around the side.
Stone or brick veneer fronts?
That's right. We always default to Salado limestone out here.
Okay.
But yeah, brick is an option. Stucco is an option, but folks are moving more and more away from stucco. But they could have stucco on that.
So stone, brick, or stucco would be the three primary.
That's right.
And then as you wrap the fronts, is that going to be a masonry product or a composition, composite siding? Is it going to be hardy board, hardy plank?
If you're talking about the sides, yes. So
Yeah, sides in the back.
Extend the masonry on a 2 to 5 foot return on the sides, and then yes, it'll be either continued masonry or they would have the option for hardy plank cementitious siding.
But it's not going to be what we used to call T111 siding down the sides, right? Or in the back.
No.
It'll be a masonry product.
That's right.
Although
The siding you're
a
referring to.
masonry composite.
That's right. You
Okay.
know that. It's
Okay.
concrete made
Okay.
to look like siding.
Because then it may not look like a lake on a windy day across the roof line or the sides of the house.
That's correct.
Can I talk a minute about landscaping and sod requirements vis-a-vis our water situations?
Yes.
Okay, would you tell me what your plan is
So,
on that?
well, so we've got two ways to address that. One is in the main way, and we started with one of Dustin's teammates, Trace, is in their landscape architecture department, and so he put together an approved native plant list that to make as part of the design guidelines, which are HOA documents for this. And the builder brought us their list of plants they like to use, and we matched them up, and whichever ones overlapped, or any that didn't overlap, we asked them not to bring that to this, and then the ones that did overlap or that came from our list are the ones that we're putting into the designs here. And so that'll be, on sod, it'll be Bermuda or Zoysia. But you have to be honest with yourself on plantings in Central Texas that we're often in drought situations. And so doing anything other than native and anything other than deer hardy in this community is a fool's errand. And so the plant list has been targeted towards that, so that for the annual colors, they're this, and for the shrub, they're muleys, they're knockout roses, they're dwarf yopons, they're ligustrum, and I was just
Mostly Texas native
That's
and
right.
drought tolerant.
resistant, yeah.
Drought, and the grass you're going to use is a common Bermuda, which is very drought tolerant.
Right.
So that's going to be, and the front yards are all going to be sodded.
Yes. Required irrigation
Side
too.
and front are sodded.
Yes. Right.
Up
And
to
then
the fence.
yeah, in front of the fence definitely, and that's kind of the standard starting point for an HOA. But the builder, and we agree, knows that you're asking for trouble if you don't also sod the back, and so all of that will be stabilized.
Okay.
Not washing into the neighbors.
Good to hear. So it's really a fully sodded yard.
Really.
Okay. And you have drought tolerant plants. Did I hear you say you're putting one tree in the front yard?
At least one tree, two on corner lots. So you have one in the front and then one on the side yard.
Well, that's one more than they have now, but I sure would like to see two.
Yeah.
Personally, that's just my comment. I don't think that's asking too much, but I would like to see that in terms of, so we talked about landscaping, architecture, components, and is there any particular style or trend that they'll be doing in that patio fronts or porch fronts, or is it pretty much a?
We'd call it kind of a Texas modern. We went through the plans and their elevations, and you know, depending on which builders you're partnering with, you could have a big wide book. But if you let them build a big wide book, then your street doesn't really talk to itself down the road. And so we work together to create a floor plan package with elevations that meets Central Texas expectations and has a variety, but isn't build whatever you want. It's in a unified theory. So we'll call it either Texas modern or Texas classic, which will be nothing too abstract. It'd be what you expect to see in this area. With also a color scheme when we're talking about masonry materials or when we're talking about the hardy, that we've also picked a thoughtful color scheme again, so that you don't have orange siding next to you, or you have a predictable palette of siding that's coming through.
All we could really do is trust those things through the village can do, in my opinion, is make a bunch of noise, but ask and specifically request that y'all your development company really monitor and enforce the deed restrictions in that area. And there are going to be mandatory homeowner association fees, correct?
That's right.
And are they also going to have the road assessments in there too, as the other side has?
No, they've got some cost sharing expectations with
Okay.
so in addition to our entry frontage we have there, the commercial plan set that we showed y'all last month has pretty extensive and thoughtful landscaping in the medians and along the roadways there, of which they'll benefit from and they'll participate with.
And is there any recreation facility in there, or are they going to be utilizing your main recreation facility on the other side?
None are planned for this community right now in terms of using existing stuff other than the lake system down in the north. That's not really something that we've explored fully, but yeah, so none specifically planned at this location.
I don't think we can require, the village can require any residential or park land in there under our development agreement, can we? I don't think so.
Not specifically to that, yeah.
It would have been nice to have a recreational park somewhere in there. I would have loved to have seen that. I'd ask that y'all maybe look at that and see, but there's some place that might be willing to go. But Alan's point, I mean, Alderman Neal Dench's standpoint, there's a limitation of what we can do, but I guess in the openness of it, I'm hoping that you will be a responsible developer in the sense of maintaining those covenants and ensuring that it meets the standard that you have on the other side for cleanliness and noise and
mowing,
traffic and mowing and those things. Yes. Can we count on that from y'all?
Yes. All right, as you do these HOA agreements, and you can transition a board over, but they also read that the declarant retains declarant rights for a certain period of time or when they terminate them, which is, you know, often a big number, either 10 years or 30 years. One time read after the last living heir of the Queen of England dies. Really long time. But yeah, so even if you saw that HOA board members were either residents or builder representatives, until we sign off and say we're done, or it's 2036, we still have the opportunity to step in.
Well, I might be around in 10 years.
You will. You will.
Okay. I could, you know, the next time y'all put one of these up, I would really, a visual aid for people in here to see would be great.
Okay, that's what I see.
I'm going to say that not to you, but every one of them. I don't care if it's 5 by 7. We don't have a big TV up here, but it's nice to be able to look at something and talk about it and visualize it rather than just on a piece of black and white paper. So I'd ask maybe in the future. Doesn't cost much to get that done, but it's certainly a visual aid to help. I think I'm gonna stop there. They answered landscaping, water conservation, we talked about recreation, mandatory HOAs. I don't really have anything else to ask at this point on it. And he's assured me that they're going to take good care of that area and treat it just like they do the other in terms of their management of the subdivision. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll go to Alderman Bankura, who has another question.
It's a little bit off topic, Madison, I apologize, but I was looking at the map, and the upper corner on this one is the St. Stephen's Church, right, that little cutout. Did you guys have a conversation with them? Have you talked to them about what type of fence is going to be on that border? Are they aware of it? And are they?
No, so that fence is unprescribed right now. I don't know the history of the fence there. I'm not sure.
It's ugly is what it is. That's the history of it.
So you remember that fence, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bunch of steel poles with looks like some type of plastic between them. And that,
that's right.
You know, I'm hoping that once you start to do development here that you put something a little nicer there.
Right, so our developer fence will terminate at that fence, at which point that becomes the builder lots backing up to there. They're gonna have discretion on what that looks like. When we go down the commercial side, which would be the west side of the west side of that boundary that you're referring to, where we'll have commercial development, yes, we definitely like to set the tone of the boundary on stuff that we're building on.
I'm usually pretty good at directions, but you lost me. So I'm looking at this map, and it looks like you have a bunch of office space that will be right next to.
I'm gonna follow up with an email to show you all here.
Yeah, yeah.
We don't have the latest and greatest here to make this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, right, so, do you mind if I mark on this?
I don't. See if I can read or not.
Okay, so this line right here is about where, all right, forget that line now, that line is on it. So yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Right, it is our plan when we develop out this stuff, which will be different uses in this.
Right.
Yeah, we would like to define the look of that boundary right there and not have it be.
Is it common for you to have some level of discussion with them? I understand it's your fence, it's your property line, your approval.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but they're a church there, they're a growing church. They've got a lot of folks who drive in and out there, and they've got the god-awful ugliest fence in the world there right now, and I'm hoping
Do they have
that'll
money?
You what?
Do they have money?
They're a church. I don't know how to answer that one.
Yeah. My history with that is if you show up to a shared property boundary and you say, we share a fence, and I want to build this fence, and I'll pay for 50 to 100% of it, but you got a pretty relevant or pretty open audience, and so
They should have some skin in the game, is what you're saying. Okay.
oh no. If I say I'm going to take down your fence and I'm going to put up something better, that we've been successful with that, and we have talked to the church. We have an ongoing conversation with them as neighbors of potential shared opportunities or utilities or whatever, and I think that will be an open conversation.
Good. I'm encouraged to hear that you're in discussion with them today and that you'll continue that discussion.
You know, like a lot of cost sharing deals, it'll cost me, let's say, $50 a foot to build this nice fence, but if you contribute $50 a foot, then we can get this
really
fence.
nice fence.
Yeah.
Like where Jeff lives, that type of fence.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That all your questions?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay. I have just a couple. One, I just want to confirm, I thought I heard you say you are planning for irrigation for those homes where you're going to have the sod. Now, the other question to that would be, you expect that all of these types of homes will be owner-occupied?
Yes.
Homes? And then if you could come over here to the dais real quick. I have a question. I've got the map here, so I know what you're talking about. So this is I-35, correct?
Yes.
Right? This is 2268. This cutout portion here is what? Bloomers. Okay, that is Bloomers. Okay. So the commercial lots are here and here?
Right. So how this builds out here is,
yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Where we are.
Yeah.
So this is a roadway extension. So this is going to be all the lots we talked about.
Right.
This is the water tower.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, everything here, everything touching Bloomers.
Yep.
This part right here.
Okay. Okay, so that's good. Yeah. All right.
That is much better, because that helps.
Yeah,
that helps. So.
And then the only other question, you can go back because I now understand it, but as you're going back, is there a planned exit from that, I guess, southwest end to get onto I-35, or you have to go back up to 2268?
The one south of Bloomers you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that'll be in and out there. So,
Okay.
yeah, you could take a right on the access
And
road.
get on the service road or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Anybody have anything else?
Yes.
Take another shot.
Well, we have a new law firm, the Knight Law Firm, which is helping us. And if Barbara would stand up, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind coming up to the podium a minute. I got a question I'd like to ask you. But we ought to introduce her, Mayor, while she comes up. I'll give you the floor.
All right. Come on up, Barbara. And when you get up to the podium, I'm going to let you, briefly give your name and a little background on the Knight Law Firm.
My name is Barbara Bulwer-Wells. I am the partner in the Knight Law Firm. We've been in existence as the Knight Law Firm since 2016. Prior to that, we all worked for Barney Knight.
All right.
So.
Thank you. All right, go ahead and ask your question.
My question, recognizing that you may not know the answer as yet, and if not, I certainly understand it because you're just getting your feet on the ground, what, a month now?
Something like that, yes.
Something
yes,
like
sir.
that.
Mm-hmm.
So you may not be able to answer, but my question is relative to the sanctuary development there. Does the village itself have the legal right to deny a 52-foot lot in that particular subdivision in that development agreement?
I've not reviewed the development agreement. So without that, I don't want to steer anyone wrong.
Okay. Would it take you very long to come to an opinion?
I can certainly
on
review that, and I can get back with you.
Okay.
Up to you, Mayor. I mean, yes, I would.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah, please.
I think that.
Well, I would get back with all of you.
Yeah.
Development agreement has by some standards been it's moved around some, and I understand that the developer can move product around or uses of land in there. I do understand that, but I really would like, obviously, I'm like Neil and Alderman Dunch and some others. I'd prefer a little bit bigger lot than that. But by the same token, the things that I asked of them and landscaping and HOA control and the rest, they dotted every I that you could dot on that. So, and then there's the element, are they going to hold to that covenant and those standards? Well, until they don't, I'm going to say I'll believe that they will. I believe from what I've seen over in the other sanctuary development they have. So I really like to kind of put that issue to rest. If the agreement says that they can put a 40-foot lot if they want, they can put a 100-foot lot if they want, or they can put a 52-foot lot if they want. Yes, it changes the matrix of the whole, but I believe in that agreement, if I understand it correctly, they have the legal right to do that. But I'm not going to put words in your mouth, so I'm just going to ask you if you would just give us an answer and legal opinion on that at your earliest convenience.
Generally, they would have the right to move product, depending upon what they felt was selling, what the market was bearing. I have seen other subdivisions that come in and to various cities, and they come in with all sorts of ideas, and then as they start building out and learning about a community and what the population is coming in, they may change some of the things up from that. So, but I will definitely take a look at that, and I will try and get you back an answer even yet tonight if I can.
I'm not asking for that this weekend, but I would appreciate it next week if you could respond to the mayor. I think that's appropriate, and the city manager.
Yeah.
And they can convey that to us. I think I know the answer to that based off of my history with it, but I'd like to clear that up. I'd like the lots to be a little bit bigger, but by the same token, if they're allowed to do that on a development agreement that was signed years ago, so be it. I think inside that envelope, what they're doing in that subdivision, to me, is responsible in terms of the other things for control and quality of the site.
Again, I think that they generally are allowed to modify things as they go along, but I will definitely
give you time on that. Please don't work on we only have one 250 year celebration, so I'm not
tomorrow
asking for
is July 3rd.
Okay. I'm not
right.
gonna push you, but thank you. Anytime next week would be fine with me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just, you guys come back up for one more question, but just to concur with your comments, while we would generally like to see a little bit larger lots, with larger lots comes more expense, obviously, too. But I do think they are being responsible from what I heard tonight with your questions, that makes me feel a little bit better about the quality of what we're putting in there. But one more question, this is more just on financing. I think what I heard you say is price point between 375.
I was about to come up and qualify that
Okay.
as well. So yeah, if I'm sorry to cut you off if you want to, but hearing where this discussion's going, definitely, and how many notes are being taken up here, I definitely want to make sure I qualify that comment there. So that is will the first home be sold at that? Maybe not. And I want to confirm that when you see the floor plans listed, you know, it's definitely in the threes, and our mature, our last 10% selling at the 375 to 475 range. But two things to say on that. One, you got to get the program off the ground, and so you'll see them working their pricing that way. Additionally, the prices you see online are base standard pricing, and the actual transaction price grows beyond that based on what lot you pick, what features you put in, et cetera. And so I felt a reaction coming from that one there, and so the day one pricing may not hit that, but that's what we're targeting, and that's where we don't set their pricing for them. We sell them the land, we set design expectations, and then their job is to go build out within those parameters. And with that program, we think that we're pushing towards that number.
Okay. And the reason that was kind of important to me, just applying just general math, your upper point was like 475, I think it was, so I'm thinking, okay, a 2,600 square foot home at a 475 price is about $185 a square foot. Does that sound right within the range? And then if you go down to 375, then the size of the home would have to be closer to 2,000, not like 1,300 or 1,400. So that's where I was trying to get the
Yep. Your
estimate.
analysis is trending there.
Okay. Okay. All righty. Well, that's all my questions. I'm sure you're glad we don't have any more questions.
Well, we have a hell of another meeting to go through.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, sir.
All right, thanks.
Very much. We'll move on. Okay. And now we're ready for item G. Discussion regarding Winter Circle Phase 2 construction plot on approximately 13.9 acres of land located within the F. Madrigal Survey Abstract number 554, Bell County, Texas, and more particularly described in a deed conveyed to Wittis Property Capital, recorded under instrument number 2022-054979, official public records of Bell County, Texas. So this involves a construction phase off of Winter Circle, which is up by Hester Way. So, Village Administrator Benson, you want to comment on this?
Yeah, so this is the proposed development includes 20 residential lots. As you just stated, this is a request for approval of Winter Circle Phase 2 construction plat for this development. The village engineer has completed review of the construction plat and has found that the submittal meets the village's subdivision requirements and applicable development standards. The construction plat has been presented to the Planning Commission on June 23rd, and the Planning Commission is recommending approval by a vote of 5 in favor, 0 against. The Planning Commission did want to bring 2 items to the attention that are not necessarily tied to the approval, or let me rephrase that, are not tied to the approval of the construction plat. 2 aspects, though, are clarity on the maintenance of a 20-foot passageway, and then safety concerns for the golf cart crossing path that is in that area. Again, that's not tied to the approval, it's just a design aspect. Based on the engineer's review and finding of compliance with village regulations, staff does recommend approval as the Planning Commission of Winter Circle Phase 2 construction plat. There is a representative here this evening also for the developer.
Okay. We would invite him up if he is here to maybe give us a few comments or overview on the construction plot design.
Good evening, Pedro Quintero with Quintero Engineering. Appreciate y'all's time and consideration. We are seeking support for our project. It's a development that will bring infill in this part of town. It's laid out and planned and designed to complement the golf course development. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Go ahead.
I apologize, and this is
Yeah.
for the, I know you're seeing a drawing, the plat, but for those in the audience, just to give a little better description of where this property is located. It would involve construction of a street which is proposed to be named Hogan Circle. Hogan Circle would come off of Winter Circle and go, I believe, north, generally speaking, north. The intersection of Winter Circle and Hogan Circle would be not directly across the street from Arnold Palmer Way in Winter Circle, but close to that area for those that are familiar with that location. And as Mayor, as you mentioned, the end of Hester Way, where it currently dead ends or stops, would connect on to Hogan Circle, on the proposed Hogan Circle. So just to give a better description for everybody on where this is located.
Right.
It is also, there's no city sewer in this area, so these lots would be on septic systems.
Yes. I'll start with you, Mr. Van Cura.
Thank you.
On the question.
Thank you, Pedro. My apologies, I'm not the best at reading the plat, so I may ask you some pretty simple questions here, but what is the width of the road, Hogan Circle?
It's a 50-foot right-of-way with a 31-foot street.
Okay, 31-foot street, okay, got it. Are you having concrete edges on this or concrete curbs on this?
There will be curbs, standard curb and gutter.
Okay. Is that noted in this plat here, and I just can't see it? That
would not be on the plat.
Okay.
Those details are not on the plat. That'd be on the construction plans themselves.
Okay. So you're going to match basically the curbs that are present on Hester, the curbs that are present on Winter Circle, the same type of thing, right? So the road is going to have the width, and you can have strips of concrete on both sides, which stop it from eking out.
I don't know if Winter Circle
has it, yeah. They have.
Yes, but we will match them and come off with curb and gutters.
Do you happen to recall how wide the concrete strips are?
2 feet.
2 feet, standard ones, okay. Is this going to be built such that these lots will be open for any builder, or is there one builder that's going to build all of this?
I don't know the answer to that question. I believe that my client intends to build and also sell lots.
Does that, okay, maybe we can get a clarification on that at some later time. Just curious if it's going to be all one builder, your client, or if there's going to be others that are able to build on this or not. So it's an open item. So
I would have to get back with you on that answer.
And there is, as I'm not sure who mentioned, there is just south of this drawing a golf cart path that basically connects, the course. Is that going to be maintained? Is that all still going to be there, or is this somehow overlapping on top of that, and there'll be something different done with that golf cart path?
We're not going to disturb the golf cart path. We're actually going to connect to it to maintain the integrity of the layout for that subdivision. So it will be as is connected to it.
For my own edification, who owns that property that the golf cart path is on?
That is part of the Mill Creek Springs Phase 2 subdivision.
Okay.
So it's part of the golf course.
Got it. Okay. And maybe one last question. I noticed that you've denoted on here that this is a 100-year floodplain. Does that drive different build requirements for the houses?
Aside from second floor
if I can translate that to layman's term, basically the first floor is higher, is what you're saying, right, versus the ground? Yeah.
Well, the floodplain, basically, when we do these subdivisions, the only thing that it regulates is lot area and then the finished floor elevation. When you develop on lot, the floodplain. We also preserve the front floodplain area and do not build it for those.
Okay. This, if I could add to that, the city construction or zoning code that deals with, has floodplain regulations.
Right.
That would control or dictate construction, if there is any construction in the floodplain.
Yeah.
Generally, if there's a building, the lowest floor opening cannot be lower than that floodplain elevation or the base flood elevation, to make sure that if at such point there is a flood, it does not get into the building.
Understood. There's a house just on the way in Winter Circle that was built recently, which actually backs up to this, which sits up like on a cradle, right? Yeah. So I'm assuming that some of these houses may have to have some type of build requirements. Just more of a question of curiosity from my perspective. Then,
if the house is in the floodplain, if it's outside the floodplain area, then.
If the lot has the floodplain going through that, does that mean that the house is in it or not?
No, the house has to physically be in the floodplain itself.
Got it. So if they build in some of these lots towards the back end, they would have to meet those requirements, but
correct.
If they don't build.
But as long as they're not in that hatched area, they don't have, the floodplain regulations don't apply to the building.
Yep. And these, the streets here are the maintenance requirement of us, the village, is that correct? The streets are not going to be maintained by the HOA, they're going to be maintained by the village?
That is correct.
Yep. Any sidewalks as well, or just only the 2-foot concrete edges?
Sidewalks, and I don't believe they're required.
It's not required for development. I was just asking if you are developing them.
They're not being developed with the subdivision. Mm-hmm. They're the building process.
So if the builder chooses to put sidewalks in, they can?
They are required.
Okay. I don't think city required sidewalks. New subdivisions require sidewalks.
Is that correct, Solomon? I believe that's right.
Okay.
We'll verify that.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Like I said, the drawing itself didn't have some of those details, so I appreciate you clarifying these questions.
Okay, Alderman Dench.
Most of them are answered, but what is this going to be integrated into a current HOA that already exists? No. Oh, so it's brand. So that's why when there's this Winter Circle Phase 2, I didn't know if there was a Phase 1. This is so it'll have its own HOA for these 13 acres. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I don't have any questions.
Okay. Alderman Marufo.
What do you guys envision for on the, I guess it'd be the east side of the road that butts up to the golf cart path? Are you going to have any kind of barrier in between there, a fence, any kind of boundary?
The lots that have drainage right through will not.
I'm sorry, I was talking and not listening. Could you repeat the answer, please?
There will be fencing on a couple of the lots. Some of the lots, not all of them, because one of them has drainage right.
Well, this will be where the golf cart path is. There's no lots there. It butts up directly against the road. It follows parallel to the road on the east side. So where the cul-de-sac is, that.
There's no fencing going up on the east side of the right of way, but lot 4 will have fencing.
Okay, so there'll be no barrier between the road and the. Okay, that's all I have.
Right. Do you have an estimate what the distance is from that road to the golf cart path? Are they contiguous and right next to each other, or they're separated by a number of feet? So there's not that much room there. I've been that, right behind those houses is the golf path, golf cart path.
It varies, I want to say, like, 12 to 50 feet
From the golf cart path.
from the road to the golf course.
Okay, that's a decent distance. And that will be maintained by this community, or is that maintained by somebody? Is that owned by the Mill Creeks and they maintain that 12 or 15 feet?
Well, the portion that's in the right of way, if we develop this development in the city, the portion that's in the golf cart path will be maintained by the city development.
Yeah. My question is, if you've been on that path before, right, there's a nice path, and then you go just a couple feet, and after that it's all scrub. And I think I'm trying to envision where your road is. It sounds your road is going to be 12 feet away from that golf cart path. Right, so I have golf cart path 12, 15 feet, then your road's over here. That 12, 15 feet, is that maintained by this group or by the golf cart, or the golf community?
In the area you're talking about, that was the city, so that's going to be maintained. I guess, since the way was maintained, that grass in there. In regards to the land that falls beside the golf cart path, would be the golf course.
Between the two? Well, there's a golf cart path, and I'm assuming some feet of that right next to it is maintained by the golf course. Yeah, and they cut it every once in a while. Yeah, but there's sounds like another 8 feet before we get to the road, and I'm assuming that is not the golf cart, golf courses. Because right now it's just scrub, no one mows it. And at some point in time we're going to have a road, we're going to have 12 feet, and we're going to have a golf cart path. And I'm trying to figure out who owns all that to make sure it's maintained. This road.
The right of way.
Yeah.
That's the road again. HOA would maintain that grass area.
Good deal.
And the area next to the golf cart path would be the
Golf course. So it's either HOA basically, or it's going to be a golf community, golf course. Thank you. So I know when they call me up and say, well, how come it's not mowed, I know who to call now.
There you go.
So I guess the question is, are they going to be built or not? So if they're not required, is the builder still going to build them?
Have we negotiated a developer's agreement?
He's writing studiously over here.
There is not a development agreement that I'm aware of. It's not necessitated, or has not yet been necessitated.
I'm assuming where you're going, Mary, it'd be nice to encourage that sidewalk to be put in place, if we could. Now, I'm just noting that the communities around it, there are no sidewalks, right, in your community.
Yeah.
Winter Circle, there's no sidewalks there. I'm glad to hear that there's a requirement for a concrete ridge, so the roads are easier to maintain over time.
Okay. Let's see. Alderman Lasser, do you have any questions on this development?
Your HOA is mandatory? Or is it a volunteer HOA? Do you know? Okay.
Can you get us an answer to that question? Yeah, we want to know, can we get an answer to the question? It doesn't have to be tonight, but can we get an answer to the question on the mandatory HOA? Okay. Yeah, no problem. Any other questions? Okay. The only other question I have, I live up on Hester Way, so I run down Winter Circle almost every morning on a morning run. The elevation change, as you're going downhill, where Hogan's Circle is going to come out at, it looks like it's going to be pretty close to the bottom of that hill. So there is a lot of elevation change there with that ground, and I'm just curious what, if you know what the plans are, whether there's going to be any significant modification to the ground in order to level anything off, or how they ultimately hope to build on some of those properties, because you know, when I look, I'm down here and the property is up here, so there's a lot of, I would think, issues around drainage and runoff and how a house is going to sit on some of those lots. So I didn't know if you had any comments regarding that.
Our construction plan details we will have to do some mass grading level outside,
Yeah.
so that there are pads for these lots.
Okay.
And that was part of the review process when we made that plan. We do intend to move some of that dirt around, not get in footprint, the areas outside the footprint to bring in a road that complies with the tree regulations and build logically outside.
Okay.
How they're graded, they're detailed out on the plan. Just within the view and through.
Okay. Well, and the reason it's interesting to me is because the one house at the bottom of the hill that we built, you go out their back door, they've leveled off most of what they have for a backyard, but then you run into a mound that goes straight up. And so it's kind of like, okay, you're going to have houses up there. How does that play out?
Retaining walls.
Yeah.
When they go build on the lot.
Yeah.
And during that process, it'll be linked to building permits.
Okay.
Showing those, there'll be retaining walls.
Okay, that'll be good, because I think there probably will be, because I think this property that I'm talking about has a retaining wall back there, now that I think about it. So, okay. I'm looking to see any other final comments? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, plowing ahead here. Item H, discussion regarding potential amendments to the village code concerning recreational vehicle RV parking in residential driveways, including consideration of directing the Planning and Zoning Commission to review the current ordinance and provide a recommendation to the Board of Aldermen. Again, we'll go down to
That's me to speak on this one.
Alderman Van Cura. You want to take this one?
Yes. I've got a lovely PowerPoint presentation behind you.
All right.
So the gist of this is I'm making a request for us as the board to vote on, would we send this topic down to planning and zoning for them to consider. So I got a couple bits of information, which I believe is involved in the packet as well, Kathy. So all this information is available to the public as well. You go to the next one, please. So I took some pictures going through Mill Creek, and you've got what I would consider a little bit of a wide variance. You've got some, oh great, it doesn't work up there, works here. You've got some instances basically where you've got motor homes are in the back of the property and they're covered. You've got some instances where the back of the property is behind fences. You've got some instances where they're just currently parked on the grass at this point in time. And we've got other ones basically that were parked in the driveway. So a little bit all over the place. Your next slide, Kathy. So this ordinance has an interesting history. There was an ordinance passed in 2018 by a vote of 5-0, which required recreational vehicles, amongst other things, to be parked in the rear yard behind the fence. 1 month later, that ordinance was repealed, by a vote of 3-2. So I don't know what type of discussions happened there or what the reasoning was behind it, but it was in place, then it went away. And then a couple years later, now in May of 2020, we came back with a fairly comprehensive parking ordinance, and it covered just about everything you can imagine, right? Tractor trailers, road tractors, buses, semi-trailers, everything. But for whatever reason, it left RVs out. It wasn't part of the ordinance. And this is where we sit today, is with Ordinance 2020.09. Next slide, Kevin. So my request is this. I think it's probably time to, I'm asking that we authorize a review to take the current parking ordinances and have the Planning and Zoning Commission look at them, determine if there's some additional, I call it reasonable parking conditions to include RVs in this discussion as well. I'm going to make two caveats. One is that, you know, the reason that this was brought to my attention, and I've spent some time walking around the neighborhoods around it, is we've had a number of times where we have RVs parked what appears to be long-term and basically the front end of residential driveways. Not my preference, but it's not my call either. It's something I like the Planning and Zoning Commission to talk about. The second bullet here is talking about there are instances, right, when we've got to have planning and zoning take care to recognize that there's some short-term needs, short-term parking needs. Preparing for a trip or something like that, they may park in a driveway up front. That's fine. At least that's I would think that'd be fine. But I'd like for them to sort of consider: do we need to look at our current parking ordinances, make sure they cover RVs as well, which they do not today? Is it appropriate to have parking of these large vehicles right at the front of the driveway? Could we ask that they be backed up a little bit like they were in previous versions? Right now, there's absolutely no stance that the village has on this subject. I'm hoping that they're going to come back with a recommendation to the board that says, we've looked at this, and here's what we recommend. If you look at the ordinances originally, there was reasons why they wanted to have some guidance, so ordinances around where RVs were parked. Went to look at the neighborhoods, you know, all the discussions you expect, right, that we've heard a little bit here tonight. I don't know what the Planning and Zoning Commission is going to come back with. I do think it's worth a look to say, what do we do for all these other vehicles and what restrictions do we have? Why isn't RVs part of the discussion as well? And have them come back and make some suggestions to the Board of Aldermen for us to consider. Maybe we decide to they come back with no recommendation. I don't know. I just like to formally ask that they take a look at it and come back with, now it's been 5 years since this discussion started, an updated view of how we want to handle large RVs, parking in driveways for long term at this point in time within the village.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, Alderman Dunch, any additional comments?
No, only I didn't see boats so much. I think that's the other thing that if you drive around, we see a lot of, but I think they need to be looking at it as well.
I think we could, you know, you may provide additional guidance to the Planning and Zoning Commission and say, hey, there's some other things that get parked on grass, you know, on driveways, in yards that you can ask them for a comment as well. It might be a good time to take a little bit wider view than just RVs.
Yeah, no, I think my only stipulation would be consider adding boats and get a position on that as well.
Okay.
All right. Alderman Marufo.
No comment other than to say I'm glad we're addressing this, because it needs to be.
Yeah. Alderman Lassiter.
Yes, Jeff, thank you for doing that. I appreciate that presentation and the thought process.
Do you like the happy face at the end? That was my best part about this whole presentation.
Yeah, I like the happy face. It's good. But I'm certainly interested in this, and I hope the Planning Commission will take it on and get back to us promptly. And I hope there is plenty of public comment during that process. It needs to be. There's a lot of RVs out there, pro and con, and so I hope that happens, and then look forward to seeing what they come up with before we make a conclusion to it. I'd like to have this done in the next month or two if possible. Maybe 2 months is more realistic than one, but hope we can move it along on that basis. And thank you for doing that, Jeff. Alderman.
And I would just add a few comments, not really any questions, but I do think this is a good thing to be doing. So Alderman and Kira, thank you for doing that presentation. We've talked about this quite extensively already in the last couple months. I think it's also a precursor of the fact that I think, and I won't speak for all of the aldermen, but just I do know in some conversations I've had, I think with a growing community, and we are growing and we're going to continue to grow, that we really do need to update our ordinances. There's several other ordinances that certainly could utilize updating or changes. So this is our first shot, I think, at taking one that's had a lot of controversy behind it and hopefully setting up something that the public can support and agree with. So again, thank you, Alderman Van-Kier, for taking this on, and I wholeheartedly support it, and we'll see what the Planning and Zoning Committee does with it, and then we'll act on it once we get a recommendation. All right. Any other last minute comments?
Just one, Mayor, very quickly. When this comes up on the regular meeting agenda, if you do want to, which it sounds like you do, to forward this on, it would require a motion and vote on that.
All right. Thank you for that. All right. Moving on to item I, discussion regarding submitting a letter to the Central Texas Council of Government nominating Mayor Jeff Ingram to serve on the Central Texas Council of Government Executive Committee. Oh, goody, more work to do. Okay, so this is, I'll make a comment here and then I'll turn to you, Village Administrator Benson. We had the opportunity to attend a SICCOG conference that was for elected officials, just doing some training and some learning about SICCOG and our role on the Board of Aldermen. And as part of that process, an opportunity came up to also have a representative from a small city on SICCOG's executive committee, and I took it upon myself to put my name forward because I thought it would be good for the community of Salado to be involved at an organization that will have some impact on our community with things that they do around Central Texas. So I put my name in, and Village Administrator Benson is required to help put a letter forward to SICCOG to do that, and so that's what that is all about. You want to add anything to that?
Just that letter requires authorization from the Board of Aldermen for us to move forward and submit that letter nominating the mayor to serve on that. On the executive committee, the seat would be representing cities in the region under 12,000 in population.
Yeah. Okay. Do any of my fellow aldermen want to make any comments? And I'll go down to Alderman Lassiter first.
Mayor, are you going to have time to do that and continue doing this job as well?
We shall see. You know, I am fully retired.
Is the compensation commensurate or greater than your compensation for the village?
It's very competitive to the village mayoral role. Yes, sir.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay. Alderman Marufo, any?
No comment.
Alderman Dunch?
Yeah, I think Alderman Lassiter, your point is on point. We've had a seat at that table before, but if you don't show up, you lose your seat. I think it's important if you want to continue to get grants and be aware of opportunities for grants and things like that, that we absolutely have a seat at that table. I would recommend, if at all possible, in this, because you're right, we do need a backup for you. If you're not there, somebody else needs to go from this board. We need to have a seat at that table.
Agree.
That's fine. But whoever that is, I think when you write the letter, my recommendation is to you, we can have a backup to that. I don't know if that's possible, but at least we know we had representation.
Yeah, I don't know if that requirement
I'll-
exists.
That would be dependent, I'll check on that with Sitcog to find out what their bylaws call, or allow, or how that's addressed.
But it's great that we have that opportunity, so we absolutely need to take advantage of it, so, yeah.
Okay, Alderman Ventura, anything?
Well, I think, just to reiterate a couple comments here, I think it's great that we're going to make that connection and stay connected like that. And just understand we're not going to pull any punches from you just because you got 2 jobs.
Sometimes it feels like 3. Okay. Then the last, or not next to last item, is a discussion regarding construction bids received for Royal Street K Tempo Improvement Project number 1963.22000-14.
So, I apologize, I forget which day it was last week, I think it was Friday. The village had previously released a request for bids for the Royal Street project. The deadline for submittal was 2 o'clock last Friday, I believe, if I remember correctly. Six bids were submitted, which was represents a good turnout. MRB, or specifically Solomon and his team, have reviewed each of those 6 submittals and to review to make sure they comply with the bid submittal requirements or bid request requirements, both from the city and the Texas DOT. I'm not going to go into that. I will let Solomon describe those. They have reviewed the submittal requirements, and I'll turn it over to, I'm going to put you on the spot, Solomon, to let him go over summarize the 6 bids. There's a lot of information. Obviously, there are also alternates to the base bid amount, or the base bid itself as well. So I'll turn it over to Solomon.
All right, so we did, as Mayor Alderman Kristen described, we did receive 6 bids. These bids are summarized, or your base bid, that includes all items, are summarized on page 3, towards the middle of the page. So in general, engineer's estimate was about 3.9 with contingency, just using the unit price basis, so you see the 3.602. We received bids that range from $3,440,440 to $3,197,743. And as you see there are some highlighted numbers. Those numbers highlighted denote a mathematical error by the bid commission. So what we did is we took the unit bid price that they submitted, put that with the quantities, and calculated their actual bid. Tax saddle, the one that is 3.7 million approximately. Apparently, the best we can determine left off the last 5 items in their summation. So the initially red number for tax saddle was slightly lower than that. And then the highlighted item for alternate 1, or deductive alternate 1 for Texas Road, they have made some changes by hand, or there are changes that they made on their bid form by hand, did not total up to what they had written down, and then that carried through into obviously the base bid with deductive alternate. If you look on your last page, there is a summation of the bid documents that were required with this project. As you can see, our apparent low bidder did not turn in the required documents with the bid package, so they will be considered non-responsive. And then you can see that Texas Materials Group and Texas Road did not include the contract with the assurance form in the packet. I have reached out to TxDOT because the contract with the assurance document is not one that they sign or actually do anything to. Whether that what they have what TxDOT has expected in return. And so I got a verbal answer, but not a written answer, just as long as it's in the packet. Based on that verbal answer, which is not an official answer, we believe that you have 3 responsive bids, which would be choice builders, tax saddle management, ditch construction. And so, reference, once we get that determination from TxDOT.
Sullivan, just to, remind us, what is contractor's assurance? And I guess what you're saying is that since they don't, there's a no here, that's a disqualifying item for them?
Right.
What is contractor's assurance?
It's a form that TxDOT requires that basically that they're gonna do things that they're gonna require.
Is there a valid reason why you won't submit that?
It's a TxDOT requirement, so the TxDOT funding associated with this is the TxDOT requirement.
Yeah.
The reason I reached out to TxDOT is because the actual form doesn't have anything, like the contractor doesn't sign it, they don't acknowledge it, they don't, it's just required, but it doesn't change between bidders. That's why I reached out to TxDOT for that answer. Can we consider these bidders? Because all TxDOT is asking is that that form is included, but there's nothing to be done with that form. So I think some of the contractors was something to be done with that form, I mean, it was on the list of required documents. But that's why I reached out to TxDOT to find an official answer. Can we still consider those bidders that didn't include a form that doesn't need anything done to it?
And you're waiting for that, or you've got an answer back?
So we received John received a verbal.
So I can speak to that. I spoke with our contact at TxDOT yesterday. He verbally told me they didn't have to sign it as long as that document was in the packet in their bid submittal. That was fine, and it did not have to be signed. But to Solomon, we have not received that in written form. That we ultimately need that in a written response. So preliminarily, we believe those 2 submittals are valid, but we're pending written confirmation.
Yeah, I can't imagine anyone would say, no, I'm not going to look at TxDOT standards that's where the money's coming from. So, okay, thank you.
In which form were you saying again without
That one specifically is called the contractor's assurance form. So as you can see on your packet there, all of that CCG submitted all of their forms that are required, except 2 didn't print that piece of paper and put it in the packet, even though there was nothing to be done with it.
So that was Texas Materials and Texas Road?
So,
Yes, Texas Materials and Texas Road.
which 3 or 4 are viable at this point for?
So we know for sure that choice builders, tax saddle management, and Jay's contracting were responsive, meaning they did all of the bid requirements.
Okay.
And so from there, the next step, once I get an answer from TxDOT, because your apparent low bidder, if Texas Road to be considered, would be the one that I would do reference checks on, ensure that they are able to complete the work. I obviously don't want to do work for you guys that I don't need to do, so I want to have that answer before I start going and doing research.
Fair enough.
You know, talking.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get that official.
So there's 3 right there.
My understanding from what I thought I heard TxDOT tell John was that you will have 3 responsibilities.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And your, the one that I get that response from TxDOT, that currently appears to be a responsive and low bidder would be James contracting at $3,513,903.
Could you go through, maybe provide some color on sort of the selection process? I mean, in terms of I'm not sure if you're making a recommendation or if you were to recommend someone. So I see the price each of them have set for the total job. I see that there's a bid compliance, check yes or no, and one of them has decided not to play because they were non-compliant across the board on a number of things, but we still have 5 that are left. So how do you go about at this point in time determining which 1 or 2 of these are your top choice? And I'm all for you know, lowest bid is something you set your eyes on, but lowest bid doesn't mean that they're also the best contractor, do the best work, have the best references, so forth and so on. So are we bound by the way that we're getting money that we have to accept the lowest bidder, or do we have some leeway there that allow us to look at maybe we like the second highest bidder because they do better work?
So as a municipality,
Mm-hmm.
these funds from the public, fueled by state law, requires 6 of those.
Well, that makes it easy.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be the answer.
Fair enough.
But the thing that y'all do have.
Is there anything that would disqualify them though, right? So, I mean, thank you.
So as I did reference checks, if there were, reference checks that said they can't do the work, they don't do the work, they're consulting, or if they're debarred for anything which none of them are debarred. But there are things that can disqualify them even though they're not legally allowed to submit a debarred. But yes, there is some stipulation, again, we would have to get checks up. For instance, if we determine that that responsive bidder, the parent low bidder, did not appear to perform the work, we submit that documentation.
The timing of this has moved around, and quite frankly, I think it's getting to be as old as I am. Is there any level of determination here to say, you know, yes, we like the lowest bidder, but they may be engaged and not capable of moving forward in a timely manner that would take them out of the running? Or is that, if they say that I've submitted this, they're signing themselves up to say, I can meet the timelines that you guys have asked for, and I've got the resources to do it, the capacity to do it, so forth and so on?
Right, so they submit a bid bond with the package.
Okay.
If they walk away from this, then they forfeit that bid bond to the building.
How big is a big bond, bid bond?
I think it was about, I think they're around 5%, but I don't know that number off the top of my head.
Okay, so it can be $150,000, $180,000 basically they would walk away from.
Right. And then once we start to enter into a contract, they have to submit a performance bond and a payment bond. And so those things will require them to complete on time or basis. They will be required to schedule and shows that they are on time. There are liquidated damages in the contract that if they do not finish on time, that they would have to pay off.
Is there also positive incentives built into these things, or is it all negative?
On this contract, it's just liquidated damages. What liquidated damages is it covers administrative costs to continue to run a project.
No, I'm sorry, my question veered a little bit. So there's a performance bond that says you've got to match the schedule. If they don't, they get penalized. I thought I heard that when Waco was doing all their construction, they actually had performance incentives, right, that allowed them, if they finish it faster, that they got paid more. Is there anything like that on this, or is it just?
On this contract, generally speaking, in the transportational construction, those type of incentives are for higher volume projects because we calculate those incentives based on the use of road user cost.
Got it.
So we need much more volume of traffic to be able to come up with their cost.
You got to come here for our 4th of July celebration. That road's going to be very busy. I mean, maybe not as busy as Waco, though. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Nice try.
So, if I could add to tying into this line of conversation, one thing before the village will be able to award this bid is we have to receive what's called concurrence from the Texas DOT that they agree with the low bidder in this case, and we have not received that yet. So, okay. So the point, so with that as background, this is for informational purposes tonight and not for an action by the, or correct me if I'm wrong, not for any action from the Board of Aldermen tonight. This is just information on the bids that have been received and where we're at right now.
We just not having got an answer quickly, we weren't able to get a recommendation to y'all to consider. So we'll have to, once we get that, get a response from TechStop, we'll develop a recommendation by the board. In addition to that, I understand that the aldermen available to Aldermen, they want to just So it's my understanding that y'all have the full base cost. But if there is discussion about sections you don't want to do for some reason to take out of the plan, I need to know that before I tell recommendation letter. My recommendation letter will say, I recommend that you move forward with the full cost of the project, or check out that whole stuff. So if there is any reason that y'all are thinking about not moving forward with this total bid, I would like that.
I don't think that would be true at this point. I think that would be our intent. Now, it could get modified because of some action by the courts or something that would change the design or
Right,
layout.
and that's not part of the, I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that's not part of any of the alternates.
No, that is not part of the alternate. If we didn't change the design in that area, that would be a big point.
Yeah. So I think the intent would be to move forward.
So generally, with the alternates, the way they're set up is if the bids came in above the engineer's estimate or above our the amount of funding we had, then that allows us to start taking out, reducing the project cost by applying one or more of the alternates. But in this case, the bids have all come in within the available funding.
Okay.
One more commercial question, if I could. So I see that between the lowest cost and the one that's the next highest lowest cost, there's less than 1% difference. Do we ever do a best and final in discussions like this and say, hey guys, you're close, and ask them to sharpen a pencil just a little bit more and see if there's another $50,000, $70,000 to be taken out, which would allow us to fund things like curb strips up at the north end? Well, that sucks.
Government.
Yeah. Welcome to the government. Sorry for coming from the commercial world.
Okay. Any other final questions? And this will be brought back. What do you think? Estimate 2 weeks or? Okay. Yes, that's correct. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, last item here, the village administrator updates / reports. So I'll turn to our village administrator to have him share what other updates or comments he wants to make.
For the sake of time, I'll try to be very brief. July 4th preparations, the city has been working towards those. I want to give recognition or a shout out to Andrew Dupree and Edward Porter in our Public Works Department. They've been putting in hours getting mowing grass, trimming, weed eating, and getting the areas of the city ready for this weekend. I'd like to also give recognition to Chief Fields and the police department in preparing also for particularly the laser light show and the 4th of July events from Saturday night. I did send out an email giving you each an update that Chief Fields had provided to me on just their plan of action, particularly for tomorrow evening. Secondly, we are in the budgeting process, budget preparation process for next fiscal year. All of the departments have submitted their budget requests. Those have been compiled, and we are working through the revenue projections for next year in reference to those budget requests. And so that will be coming, the preliminary proposed budget, I'll call it preliminary, will be presented to you later this month. And we're working, again, the good effort by the department heads on their work in preparing the budget requests. Also, the street repair work, the next phase of street repair work, Gina Pence has released it or reached out to different contractors for quotes for the work that's identified in the next phase, and those quotes are due on July 8th or coming up next week. So we'll be moving forward on further street repair work here in the next few months. And then lastly, and this, we are working towards, or working on setting up a joint training session with you all and the Planning and Zoning Commission for different types of development, not just development applications, the platting, but also the zoning applications, rezonings, and conditional use permits. And so we will be following up with you on identifying a date for a joint Board of Aldermen Planning Commission training session. So that's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
Nope. Looks like we have a pretty full plate.
Yep.
Okay. And I would just say before we adjourn that obviously we wish everyone a happy 4th of July weekend and enjoy the festivities at a lot of our businesses on Main Street and Table Rock and Stagecoach Inn. All of them are going to be out there in force tomorrow and Saturday, and so we hope everybody enjoys. Yes, you got one more comment?
I apologize, and I'd like to thank Tim Fleischer and for his help. He's acting humble here. The city in the past, as many people recognize, we put flags on the light poles down Main Street.
Yeah.
We've had issues over the year. I'm saying we, I haven't been here, so I'm repeating what I've been told. With those flags catching on the top of the light fixture and ripping, and that's costly to the city. We reached out to Tim and I believe the Masonic Lodge for help because being the 201 being July 4th weekend, the holiday, but also the 250th birthday for the country. Right. We recognized not having those flags up would kind of not look good. We reached out to Tim and he helped us. And the flags that are along Main Street, they're not on the light poles, but they are along the edge of the street. And people probably have seen them. That was through Tim's effort in helping us, partnering together with the Masonic Lodge to get those put up. So thank you, Tim.
Thanks, Tim. So good job. Again, I hope everybody enjoys the celebration and the festivities. I'll also be celebrating my birthday this weekend, but I am not 250 years old, so I just want to clarify that. All right, so we are at the end, so we will adjourn. Thank you very much. And we'll get started on the regular meeting in about 10 minutes. Okay, now we'll call the meeting to order. Secretary Kathy Cherry will call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mayor Ingram,
Here.
Alderman Dunch,
Present.
Alderman Lassiter. Here. Alderman Vancouver.
Here.
Alderman Marufo.
Here.
Mayor Ingram and members of the board, we have 5 that are present, 1 that is not present. A quorum is present.
Give me a minute. I got to get organized here. Okay. We will start off with the invitation. Is a forward update. Okay, start to that. I think we are ready now, so we will go through with the invocation. All right, let us pray. Almighty God, we come before you with gratitude for the liberties we enjoy and the privilege of living in this great state. We thank you for the city of Salado and for every person who lives, works, and serves here. We lift up the members of this Board of Aldermen. Please grant them wisdom, patience, and integrity as they deliberate on the business of our community. Give them discernment to make decisions that promote peace, justice, and the general welfare of all of our citizens. We also ask for your protection over our first responders, city staff, and all who work to keep our community safe and thriving. Help us all to work together with mutual respect and a shared vision for the future. In your holy and gracious name we pray. Amen. All right. We will now do the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. We will get started here with public comments. If I can find my public comment forms. Too many papers. All right, I found it. Okay, so first up is James McMillan, who has a comment on the agenda, or an item on the agenda. My fault. That will go second. We got, hold your set. We got to do not on the agenda first, I believe. We have one here. Okay. Okay, items not on the agenda. The Board of Aldermen welcomes comments from citizens on issues and items of concern not on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak during this time. Inquiries about matters not listed on the agenda will either be directed to staff or placed on a future agenda for Alderman consideration. No discussion or final action will be taken by the Board of Aldermen during the public comment period of the meeting. Now, we have two people who wish to speak. And I'm looking to see, this is a regular meeting. That one's on the agenda. So we really don't have any speakers for items not on the agenda. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Okay, you want to come up? And give your name and address, sir.
My name is Jack Como. I live at 1618 Mill Creek Drive. And I have an issue here that I would like to be put on the agenda for discussion. And if I could just give these pictures to Alderman Lashley, then you will have those when it's time for discussion on it. I want to discuss the obstruction of public roadways and the parking situation on Main and Royal, mainly. There's a really bad problem with elongated pickup trucks and Suburbans sticking out into the main road, obstructing the traffic. It creates a traffic hazard, creates a hazard for injury. We have a lot of kids now. We have a lot of kids now that are riding their battery-powered bicycles and scooters and one thing and another, and they don't follow the traffic rules. When the traffic stops on Royal, they go down the right side of the traffic to Main. I've seen a kid almost wipe out on a trailer hitch that was on a 24-foot long elongated Ford double cab pickup. When you get those sticking out in the lane of traffic and people trying to turn, there's no room. Pedestrians are running from behind those vehicles out into the street, especially kids. They've already got their floaters on, running to the creek. The problem in Maine is worse because there's no leeway and no room there for anybody to get by when people park in the Chupacabra with oversized vehicles. My suggestion is to make some of those parking places either a no parking place or small car or golf cart only. At Harry's Bar, they've done that, and golf carts and motorcycles only. If Barrel Brewery can trim the rest of their trees next to the building and make that a golf cart and motorcycle parking area only, that would alleviate a lot of elongated vehicles sticking out in the main and to Royal, I'm sorry. Up at the shed, they parallel park off the road, and half the vehicles sometimes on these big vehicles are sticking into Royal. And when you get the traffic going both ways, it's blocking the roadway. It's also a safety hazard for kids and pedestrians walking through there. And this is getting worse, especially like we're going to have a celebration this weekend. I'm asking for Chief Fields to increase enforcement, to cite these people if necessary. Maybe a warning first time, then they had the license number recorded. The officer sees the same vehicle again, he can check, he can give them a ticket. Because if somebody gets hurt, and we've done nothing as a village to get those vehicles back out of the main street, some lawyer is going to go after the city for being liable because you didn't do anything about it, and they'll go after Barrel or the shed or whoever else that they think they can sue. Now, Chief Fields and I worked together in the police department in Rogers, and we had some of these problems. We did cite people, and we did stop bicycle riders and educate them. I don't want to stop kids and give them the ticket. We'll have the whole public down on us. But we need to educate these kids, especially with these battery-powered motorcycles and scooters and all that, because we're crowded and somebody's going to get hurt. I don't know what's gonna happen with Royal when they tear it up and expand it, but right now we have a problem we need to worry about. And I'm asking for the police department to clamp down and enforce the law when you have these trucks sticking out in the middle of the road. I've given pictures to Alderman Lassiter where there's actually trucks turning into where another truck is blocking. And then another picture of the truck itself sticking out in the road. I've talked with Graydon Hill. He put the limestone blocks in on the parking lot at Mas Chingon, which used to be Rio Salado. He said he created a walkway on the other side of the limestone blocks between there and the landscaping. But the problem is the blocks are not in sequence with how the cars are parked. So when you park cars in there and the blocks are out of sequence, those people don't want to walk around and zigzag through the blocks. They turn and go out into the street. And if you have people that are sticking out in the street, trucks, Suburbans, whatever, or somebody that doesn't want to hit the blocks, so they don't go all the way up to where the blocks are, they stick out in the street, even in small cars. Then the kids run out, people are walking down the street, go to the restaurant, go to Barrel. So we need some enforcement. We need some cooperation from Barrel and the shed, and especially Chupacabra, because that's a no man's land when they park out blocking there. Cars are coming down 30 miles an hour down the hill. All of a sudden there's a truck sticking out in the road. So I'm asking for enforcement, some kind of policy, some kind of activity where we keep track of what's going on before somebody gets hurt. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we will now move to comments regarding items on the agenda. The Board of Aldermen welcomes comments from citizens on issues and items of concern on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak per agenda item during this time. Public comments on agenda items will only be received during this portion of the meeting. No discussion or final action will be taken by the Board of Aldermen during the public comment period of the meeting. And with that, we have 2 people who want to speak for items on the agenda. First one I have is James McMillan, if he wants to come forward.
Thank you. James McMillian, 100 Chelsea Circle, Salado, Texas. Talking about the proposed RV ordinance. This was brought up about 5 years ago, and I'm going to speak for myself and also my neighbors that talked to me. When we moved here, we specifically looked for spots that did not have HOAs, so that there would be some freedom with the property that you do have. And we love where we live, and there doesn't seem to be any issues there. And then 5 years ago, there was a person that was here speaking, and it actually gave them the opportunity when COVID came and people had to be separated from their family. This person had COVID. He had a place he could still be right there, and he was separate from his family, but yet he was able to do it. With regard to it being safer, it's actually safer at my house than it is if I put it into a lot. Because if you go to any lot, they're going to tell you they're not responsible for any kind of storage, any kind of damage that's done to it. If anybody comes to it, it's at my house. My cameras alert me. It lets me know. I'm right there. I can deal with it. If it's blocking a view or something like that, that's common sense. I understand that. But if it's not proposing any kind of blockage for people to see down the road or anything like that, I don't see it as being an issue. Obviously, Bell County doesn't see it as an issue because my property values keep on skyrocketing. So it's not bringing my property values down. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Last person we have wanting to speak on items on the agenda is Linda Reynolds.
Linda Reynolds, 1110 Mill Creek Drive, Salado. I wanted to talk about a few things since I endured the whole workshop. First of all, thank you, Alderman Vancura, for an excellent presentation. It helps everybody in the audience when we've got visuals and a clear explanation. I think it's exciting that you will give the P&Z a specific direction, something to do so they don't meander all over the place talking about things they don't really have any. There was a long discussion about water at the last meeting. They don't have anything to do with water. Anyway, the concept plan you're giving the developer across the highway means if you okay the concept plan, you are giving them sewer. Now, this is not logical when you've just are spending money on MRB telling you how much sewer you have. So if I were the developer, I'd be a little anxious that you're telling them go ahead and develop your lots on small lots, and you will get sewer when we don't know if he will get sewer or not. Anyway, I appreciate that, but it just didn't make logical sense to me. As far as being a golf cart community, we are a golf cart community. We have a golf course, and people around the golf course have golf carts. Encouraging a community across the highway to be a golf cart community doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. I remember whenever it rained around here, the high school students enjoyed driving across the corner of the turn on Williams Road to make a great mud hole to do a little four-wheeling. That's been dispensed with at this point. As a teenager, I remember breaking into the Indiana University football stadium one Friday night with some equally stupid teenage friends. And we do stupid things as teens. I know we do them as adults too, but I remember doing my worst stupid things as a teenager. And golf carts and the new football stadium and Friday nights with a big empty field would seem to be an easy gathering place for teens driving golf carts. But that's just an observation. I may be wrong on that. Also, the flooding issues on the Winner's Circle Phase 2 may well be affected by effluent that you send into Smith Branch and across the golf course to Salado Creek. The more you put people on the sewer system, the more effluent, the more cost for maintenance, the more everything, and the more effluent that goes into possibly flooding an area that did flood once, I believe, in 2010. And actually some people lost their houses, just as they did at the end of Mill Creek. It's just that when you deal with the sewer system and effluent and adding onto it, you've got to think in terms of, are you causing flooding also? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, that ends the public comment period. We will now move into the rest of the agenda. First up is the consent agenda. Item number A, discussion, consideration, or possible action regarding the following: approval of the special Board of Aldermen meeting minutes dated June 18th, 2026, and approval of the Board of Aldermen special meeting dated June 24, 2026. Item number 3 has been pulled out because we'll do that in 2 weeks, and it'll be the May financial report, not the June. So with that, I will look to see if there's any additional comments on the consent agenda. Alderman Lasser, any comments? Alderman Marufo?
No comment.
Alderman Dutch?
No comment.
Alderman Ventura?
No comment.
With that, then, I will take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda items 2A1 and 2 with the removal of item 3 as stated.
Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, we did not have any discussion on item 3. No item pulled out for discussion. Item number 4, discussion, consideration, and possible action. Item A, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the selection of an audit firm to provide annual audit and related accounting services for the Village of Salado through the RFQ process. I will turn to Village Administrator John Benson to provide comments or updates.
When this came to the board 2 weeks ago for consideration, it was tabled as a reminder, and staff was asked to research the auditing firm that was recommended, which is Armstrong, Vaughn and Associates, in regards to 2 items. One, any past litigation or ethics issues or violations they had been involved with, as well as reference checks with other communities they've worked with or worked for. In regards to any litigation or ethics violations, none were found. As a side note, or also noted in their submittal on page 7, they do state that they have not been involved in any litigation or in the past 5 years with any clients or their affiliates. AVA has also not been subject to any ethics violations or license board actions in the past 5 years. Our staff also did some online researching on our own and did not find anything that contributed or made us think that they had litigation or ethical violations. In regards to references, we did check with the cities of Gerald, Seguin, and Soma, which they have done work for in the past, and each of those cities gave glowing recommendations in regards to this firm, which matches the city's past experience with this firm as well. So based on that, city staff's recommendation remains that they be selected as our auditing firm.
Okay, so I will open it up to see if there's any comments or questions from the alderman. I'll start with Alderman Bankera this time, see if he's got any added comments.
No additional questions, Mayor. One thing though struck my mind is that this is a firm that's located in South Texas, San Antonio or something like that. They're quite a ways away. The question is more of how often would we have to have them travel up to here face to face with us?
It's minimal with technology now. A lot of it's done online. There may be one trip that they would do.
Okay.
At the beginning of the audit process, that maybe one or 2 if we want them to come in quickly. But a lot of it's just set up portals and information is submitted online. 5 years or something, maybe no longer. It used to be that they would send 2 or 3 people that would be for the majority of the week to do the audit, but now they set it off to regular files.
So once they know us and we know them, there's not really as much of a requirement for them to be here face to face.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Dutch?
No questions. I'm good. Thank you.
Alderman Rufo?
No questions, no comments.
Okay. Alderman Laster?
His question to you, Mr. Benson, is our auditor's report published for the community to see on an annual basis? So, no one's here tonight that would have been here 3 or 4 years ago on that. I just asking that question. It's a complete report from the auditor with respect to the accounting of the village. Is that correct? Okay. And any information in that report is privy to the community. Is that correct?
It's public information. That's correct.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
And I think as we had discussed the last time, it would have been nice to get more bids, but we realized, and I think in discussion I had with the village administrator, that there just wasn't an opportunity around that due to the specialized field this is. They turned out to be, thanks for doing the due diligence, turned out that we got glowing responses on them. And my only comment before we proceed is that as we think about the future for doing an RFQ, that we try to do some additional research and to identify more bidders than we got this last time, but I'm very comfortable with this firm given the due diligence and feedback that we got. So I think we can proceed. I don't have any further comments, so I will take a motion to accept the recommendation from the village administrator.
All right, we'll go ahead and make a motion to accept 4A and approve the RFQ to the selected audit firm.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. That takes us to item C, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the petition to accept the property into the Village of Salado's extraterritorial jurisdiction, ETJ.
This to be discussing the possible action of the task force regarding.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one. My fault. Good catch, Alderman. We're going to item B, not C. Discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve the task order from MRB regarding wastewater analysis and capacity calculations. So again, I'll start with you, Alderman Bancura, regarding this. Any other further comments after our discussion earlier?
No, I think we've covered it quite a bit. I just want to set the expectation as the very first phase. This is going to be very interactive, that we're going to have to basically sit down and provide as much detail as we can about what is active from a development perspective, either to be built out and or a discussion we're having at this point in time, so they have a full view of what the lay of the land is in terms of sizing the population growth that those may result in.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Dunch?
I think we covered it really good in the workshop. I think it's just important that we make sure we're adhering to current standards and preparing for the future of the higher standards. So no other questions for me. I think we're good.
Okay. Alderman?
No question, no comment.
Alderman Lassiter?
No question.
Okay. Yeah, this project is very important to the village, and it's something that we needed to do, and we'll learn more as we go along, obviously, as we do the analysis. So with that, I will take a motion to approve the wastewater analysis capacity task order study from MRB.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to accept agenda item 4B and go ahead and approve the task order from MRB to proceed.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, now we're ready for item number C, which is discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the petition to accept property into the Village of Salado's extraterritorial jurisdiction. This relates to the Southern Oaks development. So with that, I'll start with Alderman Lassiter this time. Is there any other questions or comments you have?
Mayor, I think we thoroughly discussed it in the concept in the workshop session, and it is the concept plan is what we're approving tonight. So I have no further questions. I'm sorry, it's the annexation.
Annexation.
Forgive me.
Yeah. Okay. Alderman Marufa?
No comment.
Okay. Alderman Dutch?
I'm good to go after the workshop. Thank you.
Alderman Van Kuren?
I'm good to go.
Mr. Village Administrator?
Sorry, I think I caused that. There's two actions on this agenda item you'll need to take. The first will be to, I'm looking for our city attorney to accept the letter the terms of the letter that has been provided by the developer, Bear Rosamond. Just for clarification, that letter, I'm paraphrasing, that if the petition is approved and the concept plan is not approved, that we agree that they have the right to withdraw it, and we will to withdraw it back out of the village's ETJ. So, and then the second action would be to take action on the petition itself.
Okay. So I will accept the. Let's do the first motion, which is related to the letter accepting the developer's request that if the concept plan is not approved, then he will withdraw the request for the ETJ annexation.
That or the city will rescind.
Or the city will rescind.
Yeah.
Okay. So that will be the motion. Can I have an alderman make that motion or agree with that motion?
I'll go ahead and make the motion to accept the letter as written under the terms of if the concept plan that does not go through, that we would then rescind the ETJ jurisdiction.
The 4C.
Correct.
Yes.
Do I have a second? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Now we will take a motion to accept the annexation of this property into the Salado ETJ under item C.
I'll go ahead and make the motion that the village will accept the village will accept the property into the jurisdiction.
Do I have a second?
Mayor, as a matter of clarification, we're talking about just the 35 acres that are outside of the ETJ at this moment?
Yes, correct. It's 38.045 acres.
Okay.
And I believe it's an ordinance that's being approved. Is that correct, Barbara? Yeah, so it's not acceptance. The motion may need to be restated to approve the ordinance accepting this land, the 38.045 acres into the village's ETJ.
Okay. I'll revise the motion to accept the ordinance of accepting the 38.45 what? All right. To accept the ordinance of into the jurisdiction of the 38.405 acres into the city limits.
I'll second that.
Have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, now that takes us to item D. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Southern Oaks concept plan. I will start with Mr. Van Cura this time. Any further questions?
Yeah, Bear's going to come up, isn't he? This is where we ask him questions and he answers. Yes, I had a couple.
Okay. All right. Welcome to the podium, Bear.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, Jeff, fire away.
Good. I was hoping you could provide maybe some color or expectations around. I noticed that there was 10 different spots for commercial properties. What type of commercial property do you think would be attracted to this? That you would be looking for to come here, or be a good fit, put it that way.
Yeah, so that particular area, we've had some folks talk to us about different properties, different businesses that would somewhat be associated with the school. Personally, we're interested in potentially building office complex on one of the lots. And we've had some, without this being passed, there's not a lot of definitive conversation that can be had on businesses coming here. But some of the conversation has been as far as restaurants, potential, and other gymnastic sports related complexes that would possibly be associated with the school. We will have restrictions on what cannot go in there, by the way.
Could you talk about that, what you sort of have in mind?
Let's see. We're just not interested in vape shops and just different things of that nature, other type businesses.
All right.
We'll submit those to you guys when we put them in writing.
Would you expect any light industrial to go into this location, light manufacturing?
No, sir, I wouldn't expect that. We probably wouldn't allow it anyway.
Very good. Very good. Okay. So we last time we were here together, we had some commentary from folks coming in after they heard about Southern Oaks, who live in the Eagles Landing. Is that the name of the place?
Eagle Ranch.
Eagle Ranch, right? And then they were expressing concern of connecting that neighborhood to this neighborhood. And I'm curious, as a developer and also a person who's put this business plan together, what would you say back to them in terms of positives that they might expect?
Well, I actually love that you asked that question. So initially, we did not have that connection plan. We only added that connection because of the increased traffic out on 2484, the issues with the stop sign out there. Also have a building company and several of the homeowners that we had personally in our building company asked for connectivity to that side. We're going to have a connection there. If you see on the plat, there is going to be a connection to the parking lot of the backside of the new high school. And so we put this in mind for the folks of Eagle Ranch to be able to access town better, access our commercial better, access the schools better. It was never intended, and I don't really see. I know the negative connotation is that all of these folks are going to pour in the Eagle Ranch to get out on 2484. I don't see that.
There's not an easy way for them to do that. They'd have to sort of wind their way through anyway. Yeah.
That's true, and at the end of the day, we put out a message to from our property management group to the community out there that I'm happy to field those questions and have that conversation. And ultimately, if those folks don't want that, I'll take that out. That was really and truly put there after 10, 12 people asked if they could have some sort of connection towards town. So, that's gone a very negative way that we didn't anticipate.
Understood.
If I could add, please, an aspect to this beyond what you just described there, that connection, the fire code for emergency service access to this proposed development, that I think, I'm speaking, paraphrasing from a conversation we had with the fire marshal, that connection becomes very important to them because depending on what could happen on Williams Drive, traffic-wise, or in an emergency to provide a secondary, what they view as a secondary access, even though there's two access points onto Williams, that becomes a very critical aspect, entrance point for emergency vehicles access. So even if there may be a desire and agreement to take it out, we would need to review that aspect from emergency access standpoint. And that relates to both Eagle Heights, thank you, and Southern Oaks, both ways for emergency access.
Gotcha.
Okay. One more half-hearted comment on the commercial. If you can find a way to put an Asian fusion restaurant in there, I'd be very excited about that.
I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
I said if you can find a way to put an Asian fusion restaurant in there, I'd be very excited about that.
Hey, I'm with you.
I noticed you had a big section here about townhomes. Could you talk a little bit about the square footage of those? Are those 2-story? Are they 3-story? What kind of spaces would you expect to have between them? Just sort of a snapshot of what you think a townhome looks like in this environment.
Yeah, we've got our eye on some pretty nice, fairly high-end townhomes that have been done in the Bell County area that we're looking to kind of emulate. Those we see, that really came about, some friends of ours that work out of the school. A lot of the teachers don't necessarily live in Salado because property values here are very high. And so these are not going to be cheap by any means. They're going to be very nice townhomes. We're looking to do 2 to 4 bedroom townhomes in there. They will be connected. They're individually platted, so we can sell individual floors. So we're not planning to, we will rent some out and we will sell a bunch, is the plan currently. I don't know if that answered your question or not.
How many square feet does a 2 to 4 bedroom townhome typically represent?
Those are roughly, give or take, 1,500 feet.
Okay.
12 to just north of 1,500 feet.
And I couldn't tell from the plat. Would you expect to have spaces between them? Would they have like sidewalks?
No, so they'll be connected in groups. There comes fire codes that come into play, but they will be connected into groups.
Okay.
Once you get over so many connections, then you have to sprinkle and that sort of thing, and we're not interested in doing that.
I was looking at the bottom part of the plat, which was basically all the homes. Would this have some type of perimeter fence all the way around it?
The homes, not from the development standpoint. I also own a building company that I will be building approximately probably half of the homes in this neighborhood. We will require fencing on all of these lots, and so ultimately yes, but not with the development.
So the houses, the individual homes would have fences around it, but
correct.
You're saying there would not be a fence around the entire community?
It will be. So if you see the property line of the community, those fences will be continuous, and the fences all have to be the same. We put restrictions in our covenants that require them to be the same color, the same height.
The housing fences become your outer border.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would apply also for, I guess, one of the plats here is where the global Methodist Church is going to be, sort of on that Williams Road.
Yes, sir. All of those will also have fences.
Yeah, so all those kinds of houses have fences, and that's what the church would see as the back of the fences.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and we also, by the way, just a little point of detail, on those exterior perimeter fencing, we require our builders to put the nice side of the fence out.
Nice.
And we also require galvanized pipes. That way they hold up better in storms and all of that sort of thing. So just long term, the fences look better in the future down the road.
Would you spend just a moment, you may have shared it with these gentlemen as well, a brief description of the green areas you have? I think you've got one by the townhomes and one in the housing neighborhood as well. What was your vision behind the green area spots that you have there?
So the green space in the townhomes, we do plan on doing an amenity center there. Most likely that will be a pool commensurate to the size of that neighborhood. And then the same in Southern Oaks in the neighborhood itself. So that common area there in phase 1, we'll be putting in, it's approximately 2 acres. There's going to be a pool there. There's some very large century oaks that we've saved. That we've done a tree survey on this property, and it's just a really, really interesting spot on this property that we plan on preserving. And so a part of this area will be a swimming pool, parking lot, mailbox center, pavilion, bathrooms, that sort of thing. And then the backside will be a park area where those century oaks are back there.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't have any more questions. Thank you for the explanations.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a couple questions. You mentioned construction starting in potentially as soon as 2026, so 6 months out.
Tomorrow, yes, sir.
Yeah, so outline specifically your timeframes. Obviously, you want to get started, but for the different phases that you expect.
Yeah, so a phase will take us approximately 10 months, give or take weather. Each phase is roughly 75 lots, give or take. That varies slightly. We do plan on putting in phase one as well as the commercial side and the townhome portion at the same time. We plan on doing that together. And then phase two, we kind of let the market dictate that. Under current market conditions, which are not great, similar neighborhood that I have is still selling very, very well here in Salado. And so in current market conditions, pretty much by the time we complete phase one, we more or less get started into phase two. There is a delay there, probably 8 months, 10 months, and then we're back on the construction, which is again another 10 months, and then we're back building houses. So.
Okay, so it'll move at a pretty good pace.
That's what we plan.
As long as that new school and that location, I
That's
think
right.
is going to be. The townhomes, are they going to have garages?
Yes, sir. We plan on to have a garage. Yes.
Okay, and I know we had an opportunity to talk to most of your homes and townhomes going to have the ability to have golf carts in the garages?
Yes, correct. The townhomes will probably be 2-car garages, but the neighborhood, the houses that I build, over 90% of the homes that we build here in Salado, we have a 2-car garage and then an 8-foot garage. It's technically a 3rd-car garage, but we build that for golf carts. I mean, we know that's what Salado is, so that's the demand here, and that's what we're given.
Okay. And then we know major constraint here, which we're working on, is the sewer. I'm assuming we've got, John, from you provided your estimates on your sewer for phase one, the different phases.
Yes,
in
sir.
The packet? Okay. And then the other one, I believe, my only last question, I think, is have we done a traffic study?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And yeah, I think. What was I having here? All right.
Okay. Alderman Marufo.
No question.
Okay. Alderman Lassiter.
Would you remind me, Mr. Rosemond, how many acres you had for commercial property on your development?
Yes, sir. It is. The commercial lot acreage is 12.84 exactly for the commercial, but the overall area of the commercial covers about 25.97 acres. So that number includes right of way and all of that.
So for how many parcels did you have designated?
There's 10 parcels, and they're roughly 1.5 acres to a little over 2 acres apiece.
Okay. And that percentage-wise of your total development in terms of land area is approximately?
Oh, Lord. You're making me do math.
Not calculus.
Yeah, it's probably 15%, 15, 18%, somewhere in that world.
And this is my last, well, I have a couple more questions. You're intending to build a significant number of those lots yourself, as well as potentially a few other semi-custom builders?
Yes, sir. We'll sell lots for local custom homes, and folks can hire an individual custom home builder. But then we have local partnerships with local home builders that we sell lots to. They're the way that we kind of do it, there will likely only be 2, 3, probably no more than 4 builders in that neighborhood, other than custom. But as far as spec home builders, I keep that very minimal.
Back to POAs, HOAs, you're going to have a mandatory HOA in residential, and you're going to have a mandatory one in your commercial parcels too.
That's
POA.
correct. Yes, sir.
And I'll be in charge of both of those.
I will personally be in charge of the ARC, and I work with our property management group with the ongoing day-to-day HOA.
That's good to know. I really I've studied it already, and I think it's a good development. I have no further questions.
All right, very good. Yeah, I think we've gone through this pretty thoroughly during the workshop, and so I don't really have any other additional questions myself. So Thank you, Bear.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate your consideration.
Okay, with that, I will take a motion to approve the possible action regarding Southern Oaks concept plan.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve item 4D, which is the approval of to move forward with the Southern Oaks concept plan.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. All right, thank you. We will now proceed to item E, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the Salado Sanctuary South residential construction plot, a 30.077 acre tract of land situated in the HW Survey Abstract number 398 and the W. Roberts Survey Abstract number 708, Bell County, Texas, and being a portion of a called 57.04 acre tract of land as described in a special warranty deed with vendors lien to Sanctuary Development Company, LLC, a Texas limited liability company, recorded in the document number 2024032-724 of the official public records of Bell County. So I will go back to you, Mr. Alderman Lassiter, for any final comments or statements or questions. Don't have any. Okay. Alderman Marufo?
No questions, no comments.
Alderman Dunch?
During the workshop, we discussed looking at the current agreement and having the attorney review the lot size. That's an action we're taking, right? Okay.
That was a request, yes.
Okay, so, all right. No, I don't think I have anything else.
Okay. Alderman Van Cura?
Just for the record, repeating the conversation we had with Madison, I still hear that we're asking him to provide us an update in terms of the units and the types of units versus the original 2015 NDA plan. So it gives us a snapshot of where they are versus that. And also, I guess a recommendation, or at least have them consider, right, how close the current concept plan is for putting houses next to the WWTP, knowing that we're going to be building that out, making it bigger. I know, but same guy.
Right.
Yeah. Understood.
Okay.
No further questions.
No further questions?
Yeah.
Okay. So I will then take a motion to approve the layout of the construction plot. Obviously, we've got a request from an attorney just to verify our rights, but I think subject to that, we could go ahead and take. Yeah. Oh, okay.
So the lot size that Madison Instrument Sanctuary Development Project Manager, because of the new staff members you have in the absence of your planning director and the engineer, who could both speak to this matter, Exhibit D of the development agreement calls out minimum lot sizes for single family and attached and commercial projects. In that exhibit, minimum lot sizes are defined as 50 foot for detached single family homes. And so I was given an opportunity for the board to ask, for the person they asked to respond to the question, but if I was hearing that there was some contingency to tonight's approval, so I wanted to speak to that fact there, and I wish that we had staff here who could validate that. Hopefully that absence doesn't impact my approval tonight, but I wanted to provide that clarity there, because on the presentation of the item that the new village administrator gave, he commented that MRB reviewed and said it complied with all stuff. Now, this is a long document, and it's been amended one time. And so what we've done as a courtesy is we have Kate Dawson write a letter so that everything that varies from village ordinances is then tagged to per section, or Exhibit D of the agreement, the lot size standards, this is where this varies, or this is where it complies. And so, again, with the absence of the folks who can speak to that, who we've been working with for 8 months on this project, hopefully you can take trust in that the collaboration that was put forth by Ms. Pence and previously Mr. De La Rosa helped us make this review easier. And so that letter is part of that exercise that MRB signed off on that was presented and recommended for approval tonight. So I wish we had people here on your team that could express that, but I hope that tonight's vote doesn't hold that against us.
Okay. I'm going to turn to you, Village Administrator, because the request from Alderman Lassiter was just to verify whether we had, I think your request was just to verify whether we had the ability to require something different than 50-foot lot, right?
Mayor, my request was to simply ask our new attorney that it complied with the development agreement with respect to a minimum lot size, and that they could, in fact, have a 52-foot lot. Originally, when it came to us, if I recall correctly, the lot sizes were less than that. There was some significant pushback months ago relative to the smaller lot size, in which the developer, Sanctuary, came back and modified their lot sizes to conform to the new development agreement, not the new development agreement, the exhibit that speaks to the minimum lot size in the development. And I don't have that document memorized anymore, but if the developer is saying it's 52 feet and 50 feet, and he's offering to put it in 52, doesn't appear to me that we have any legal basis not to approve it.
Yeah.
And under that condition, I mean, is it possible to our city administrator and our attorney? Is it possible we could come up with a motion that would allow for approving it if the motion comes forward for that, with a temporary condition that we verify that the 52 lot size meets the development agreement? Does that make sense to you, Barbara, and to you, Mayor?
Yeah. Well, let me just say what I think I heard. What I heard him say is that the development agreement does call for whether it's in the amendment or what section of the agreement does call for a minimum lot size of 50 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if that's the development agreement, I think that answers the question. I don't know, our attorney, or if you guys have read the development agreement, you could confirm that.
Well, I apologize. I don't have personal knowledge of this, but I do have it in written form from Ms. Pence that it was reviewed, the development was reviewed in accordance with city codes and standards in the development agreement, and it complies. So I have to trust city staff that they.
Yeah, and that was the other thing I was going to mention is.
Verified that.
Yeah, well, and I don't think we need to. I mean, that's what I heard too, that Ms. Pence had approved it, so that probably calls the question right there.
Was that said tonight that Ms. Pence approved it, or did I miss
Well,
that?
no, I didn't say Ms. Pence approved it, but she gave me a written report.
Okay.
She gave me a written report that I read that says staff, and
what I heard is that
MRB has
we have a letter
reviewed it.
from MRB saying it meets the requirements.
That's correct.
I didn't know that.
That's correct.
Well, yeah, I didn't know that until, so thank you for coming up and making that clarification.
Making that clear, because I think that solves it. Good question.
I think it does.
Fair enough, and it does resolve that issue, and
we can make it an approval under, it meets all the requirements of the development, which it does.
Correct.
That's what Ms. Pence is saying, is it meets all the requirements.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct. Okay.
So I think we just need an approval
All
of the
right.
recommendation, or a motion to
Okay.
accept the recommendation. Under item.
I will go ahead and make the motion to approve agenda item 4E as stated.
Yes. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Sorry for some of the confusion. Okay, we will now proceed to item F, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Winter Circle Phase 2 construction plat on approximately 13.9 acres of land located within the F Madrigal Survey, abstract number 554, Bell County, Texas, and more particularly described in a deed conveyed to Wittis Property Capital Ltd., recorded under instrument number 2022054979, official public records of Bell County, Texas. So I'll go to Alderman Van Cura first. Any further comments or questions?
No, sir.
Alderman Dunch.
No question.
Alderman Marufo.
No question.
Alderman Lassiter.
No question.
All right, I have no questions either, so with that, I will accept the motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to accept as written 4F on the agenda for the 13.9 acre tract.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. That takes us to item G, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding potential amendments to the village code concerning recreational vehicle parking in residential driveways, including consideration of directing the Planning and Zoning Commission to review the current ordinance and provide a recommendation to the Board of Aldermen, as presented earlier today by Alderman Van Cura. So with that, I'll look to see if there are any other questions. Alderman Lassiter.
No further questions.
Alderman Marufo.
No question.
Alderman Dunch.
No further questions.
Alderman Van Cura.
No further questions.
Okay, with that, I will accept a motion.
I make a motion that we accept agenda item 4G as written.
Can I make a? No, I was just asking if you would consider a revision.
Okay. Lay it out there.
Would you consider adding a boat as well?
So I make a motion that we accept agenda item 4G as written with the addition of boats being added in.
I'll second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Okay. Item H, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding submitting a letter to the Central Texas Council of Government nominating Mayor Jeff Ingram to serve as the Central Texas Council of Government Executive Committee. Any other further comments on that one?
No comment.
They're not asking for references, are they?
I hope not.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Yes, sir. Make a motion to approve item 4H regarding the nomination of Mayor Jeff Ingram to the Central Texas Council of Government Executive Committee.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Okay. Item I, Discussion, consideration, possible action regarding construction bids received for Royal Street K-Tempo Improvement Project number 1963.22000-14. And I'll go to Alderman Lassiter first. Any additional comments?
I have no additional comments at this time.
Okay. Alderman Marufo.
No questions, no comments.
Alderman Dunch.
No questions, comments?
Alderman Van Cure.
No further, thank you.
I don't have any myself, so I will entertain a motion for item I.
Aren't we just tabling this? There's no action to be taken, I think. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so we're no action.
There's no action.
Okay.
Table it.
Okay, motion has been made. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, we are now at item 5, which is executive session. The Board of Aldermen will enter a closed executive session to discuss the following. Item A, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and Section 1.05, Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, to consult with the legal counsel regarding cause number 26DCV360170, the Hopstrass Brewing Company, LLC versus City of Salado, Texas, in the 146th Judicial District Court of Bell County, Texas, including receiving legal advice, discussing the status of the matter, and considering legal options. Item B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, Texas Government Code, and Section 1.05, Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, with legal counsel regarding a request to allow a firearms store in the Historic Overlay District and discussion related to any threatened legal action. We will go into executive session now. So, we're returning to open session. We had two items that we discussed. First one was consideration of possible action related to cause number 26 BCD 360170 Hospital Operating Company LLC, related to the city of Salado, Texas, in 146 Fort Beltran, Texas. And on this issue, we're not in a position to take any action, so no action will be taken as they speak. Item 7B, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the request to allow a firearm store in the historic overlay district and discussion related to any threatened legal action. In regard to this possible action, board is going to continue to follow the process to ensure that the zoning ordinance will be in compliance with state law. So we continue to work through that process with the zoning. Other than that, that was the action for this evening, and I will take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.